面对数字化转型浪潮，中国工商银行数字化银行创新实验室首正出奇，聚焦业界前瞻性技术和主流新技术，综合运用新技术对客户服务和业务流程进行数字化再造，提供全渠道、无缝式、个性化的产品和服务，全面实现业务处理的数据化、智能化。通过开放金融服务，建立起行业相关方互利共赢的数字化生态，助力智慧银行体系建设。全面实现业务。为了打好这场转型升级的攻坚战，实验室打造领先 IT 技术架构，先后推出自主研发的物联网、生物识别、RPA 等技术平台，为业务数字化转型夯实基础提升。既有新技术的赋能，实验室深入开展创新行业需求调研，洞悉行业痛点，研判新技术未来发展及应用趋势，制定相关战略布局，以客户为中心，数据为基础，平台为支撑，综合应用行内大数据、人工智能、物联网等新技术研究成果，在客户营销、运营管理、风险管理、资源管理等领域展开广泛应用。未来以来，数字化将掀起又一次信息科技变革，引领全球智慧创新发展。实验室将在变革浪潮中积极探索技术创新，再造银行业发展模式和盈利模式，提升银行创造力，助力银行数字化转型乘浪远行。实验室将在变革浪潮中积极探索技术创新，再造银行业发展模式和盈利模式，提升银行创造力，助力银行数字化转型乘浪远行。实验室将在变革浪潮中积极探索技术创新，再造银行业发展模式和盈利模式，提升银行创造力，助力银行数字化转型乘浪远行。实验室将在变革浪潮中。
好，非常感谢这个我们所有在各种平台上面的各种观众啊，这个来在线的这个
big thanks to all the viewers online for the Beyond Expo 2022. So today we have invited with us a respectable guest speaker, Professor Huang Jiaxing, Chair Professor of Materials from Westlake University, to be with us for the first session. So if you take a look at the bio of Mr. Huang, you will be amazed to know that he has achieved a lot, and he is a well-accomplished person. He is an expert at material, chemical industry and sciences. So I will pass the time to Mr. Huang for some self-introductions, and specifically, we would like to invite your comments about your area of expertise. So thank you, Dr. Liu. So allow me to share with you a PowerPoint slide, because it is something that I like to mention whenever I am supposed to give a speech in public. So this is a slide of my team. I joined the Westlake University last year. Before that, I spent about 21 years learning in America and also studying and working in America. I worked as a professor at the Northwest University in America for material science. And last year I was admitted to the Westlake University. Something that I'm quite interested and quite proud of is that I helped design the first publication plans of the chemical industry for over the past century in America, and one member of the research journals of that journal. The name of the journal is called the Council for Materials Research. I'm the founding editor-in-chief of that journal. I worked together with Strategic University in Shanghai for this purpose. Well, this journal is specifically designed for recounting stories about materials. So I'm very happy to tell you a little bit about our research updates. Now, we are currently in a transitional period from Yunqi campus to Yunhu campus, or otherwise known as the Cloud Valley campus. This is my team. I'm very happy to tell you a little bit about our research Though we all share more or less the same Asian face looking, however, all these team members graduated from universities from around 6 countries and regions in the world. Despite the same outlook, however, still we enjoy quite great cultural diversity. And this cultural diversity can maintain an active degree of participation and engagement of all members. And also in our spare time, we learn a little bit about German or Korean to serve as paddings of our spare time life. So what do we do normally for our major? So our major is material science. It is difficult for me to capture the essence of material science within one sentence. So I want to put it in a nutshell, in a form of a formula. It's a combination of a structure and properties. So we have detected something quite strange as a part of the properties. So those professionals of this industry will tend to think about the structures behind the properties. What type of a structure lie underneath those seemingly strange properties? Probably we have identified some interesting length scales, or maybe we can project something in the first stage or the early stage. Metaphorically speaking, we are the serendipitous searchers or explorers. So why something that we know or something we are given to believe are the founding basis of the structures as a part of the properties. So it's quite interesting thing if you really can strike a balance between the two. Here I want to specifically emphasize that structure may capture a lot of things. It may refer to something more than its scale on its length, being its molecular or atomic structure, but also it can go even deeper or even higher to some underneath or some superlaying or overlaying patterns or structures. Another dimension is the time scale, because the structure might not stay intact from time to time. It may change along the line of the scale of time. And when some materials are used at a different time scales, if you put the dial on the table for about night, and that dial may flatten to the ground. So that property of the materials might be quite soft. But if the time is reduced to several milliseconds, probably it will be as hard as a glass. So to me, it is a very interesting way of thinking if you want to handle different relations between two sides of the thing. So that's all for the lecture. I want to come to what we do every day. Given the time scale and the length scale in graphenes, we are thinking about what we can do on a single layer of a graphene membrane, and whether or not we can change that graphene into some different formats and styles to unleash different functions. So if you take a look at the background of Dr. Lu, you can see we have a glass, charcoal, wood. So is it possible for us to turn graphene into something quite similar to the combination of a diversity of materials, just as you can see on the background? So sorry to interrupt you for the time being. This is the first question I want to raise to you. Currently, we are talking a lot about innovation and investment. If we are supposed to be approached by those who say they are investors of graphenes, they tend to believe that it is something quite fancy. Just like whenever we mention about the keyword AI, so AI may sound quite strange or eerie to you. Graphene is also quite similar to AI in this sense. We might not know about where graphene can be found. So would you please tell me a little bit more about why we care a lot about graphenes and what are the expectations of the mass public about graphenes? What is the key characteristics of the properties of graphenes? So probably I will skip some of the slides before I can come to the summarization of some of the key features. After some careful scientific studies, we found probably Dr. Lu may know about that in the process of information processing, we use the algorithms of information processing that can be further applied and used by the material scientists to process the material surface properties. And we can use some data to tailor made some interesting features that may serve our purposes in the future. In other words, we are capable of converting those superficial and those quite seemingly quite superficial things into something quite deep lying or something quite interesting. So back to your point. So we can set a baseline for this slide a little bit. As early as the year 2004, two British professors discovered graphenes. This is the molecular structures of graphenes. As you can see on the slide on the left, these are the carbon atoms piled together. These carbon atoms are connected in a sequential order. This is a module only, but it might not be confined to, beyond the system restrictions of the molecular structures.
Well, this is oxide. This is oxide graphene. Well, you can think of this graphene attached to many oxygen atoms. You just oxidize the graphene and you can turn the graphene into graphene oxide. Well, the difficult point right here is that graphene, it's you can think of it's very expensive to produce a single atomic sheet of graphene, but as to graphene oxide, the graphene is relatively less expensive to produce. Once you got this GO, you can reduce it back to graphene. Well, that kind of reduced GO is not as perfect as a pure graphene, but it is still usable. You just asked me why we're so excited about this graphene material, graphene family materials. Well, let's say if you set up some baselines, you can predict the exciting properties of the material structure. Well, some of these properties can be scalable. And of course, you can use these properties to predict the maturity of the technology. Well, this is the basic structure, which is the single atomic layer of carbon. This is the very fundamental backbone of this material. So you can imagine there might be some exciting properties attached to this structure. For example, some properties are purely generated by the spatial structure. Some properties are generated by the very special electronic property of the material. So just think about the very basic properties of this material. Say its weight, its density, its hardness, its mechanical strength. So yes, it's fairly strong. Conductivity, yeah, it's fairly conductive. It's directly related to its structure. Well, you just raised two interesting properties. You just predict two interesting properties of the graphene. Well, the first property is related to its spatial structure. The conductivity is related to its covalent structure.
The freestanding structure.
Well, it's a lightweight freestanding structure. It does not require a lot of atoms to create a structure that can support itself or sustain itself. Think about a very thin sheet of graphene. You can just single it out. It does not require anything else to support it, so it's freestanding. Let's say if you put a lot of gold atoms together, they cannot support themselves. They must attach to other structures. But graphene, it is freestanding structure.
Incredibly strong material.
And since it's single atomic sheet, it's extremely stiff. And a lot of applications can be developed building on that property. For a spatial dimension, you can, well, theoretically extend the structure in a two-dimensional space forever. There's no limit. Well, theoretically, there's no limit until it's two-dimensional coverage. If you still remember some of the chemical knowledges in junior and middle school, you can still remember the length of the covalent bond. It's extremely thin. For a sheet of paper, you can make it thin, you can make it very thick. But for graphene, it's just a single atomic structure. So it's extremely thin. Conductivity, it's heat conductivity and electricity conductivity. And interestingly, it absorbs a lot of light, so it appears to be very, very black. And it's rather chemically inert. You can put it in the ambient environment without causing any change to the structure. Well, some materials, once exposed to light or to external environment, the structure or the property will change instantly. But as to graphene, well, it's quite chemically inert. So you can think of some very exciting application or scenarios for the application of graphene. Well, that's why it is so exciting. Well, the lightweight freestanding structure itself is the very source of this excitement. It is a thing, it's just one single atom. But you can observe the graphene in a microscopic lens. So it's kind of connecting the macro and micro world. Well, actually, I read a lot of materials about graphene, and well, I understand because of its conductivity, we can apply it to semiconductor industry. Well, it seems to me that graphene is everywhere. Well, let's say the topic of this presentation is, will graphene take over the world? Well, it's a little bit exaggerated, but it seems to me that can be used to integrated circuit. It can be used in antibacterial environment. It can also be used in the medical industry to develop anti-cancer medicine. So when we talk about material, well, let's say if some sort of material can be applied to the auto industry, it's lightweight. Well, we can think of that material as something solid, fixed, and stiff. But as to graphene, well, it's quite interesting. Maybe the graphene can disrupt the whole industry. Well, just touch upon a very interesting point. I'm not saying that graphene is a magical material. I'm saying that graphene can be a very basic material for many engineering projects. For other materials, their application is limited to certain scenarios, but for graphene, it's everywhere. For example, the aluminum alloy, what can it do? Well, as long as there is a supporting structure in need, you can use aluminum alloy. It can be applied to aerospace industries, auto industries, or other industries that requires a supporting structure. But as to graphene, it also can be applied almost everywhere because of its verified and very interesting properties. For a very long time, I've been stuck to the idea that the application of graphene is not a kind of a a thunderbolt or coming out of blue. I'm not expecting a very surprising application of graphene in a specific industry, but I believe that this material is transformative of the existing manufacturing process or application scenario. Maybe you can find it in your mobile phone, in your laptop computer, or even you can find it in your overcoat. It can be found everywhere. So this is what I'm going to tell you. I will become a basic material for engineering projects, or a very basic engineering material. So you're telling us that graphene is found everywhere. It has been applied in a lot of materials or structures. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to show you another PPT.
抱怨吧，比如说在材料方面，以前的各种各样的新材料也会有这样的一个抱怨，就是大家经常抱怨说。
Well, when we come up with some new materials, you will encounter a lot of complaints. Well, actually, when you find a new technology or a new material, there'll be a lot of applause around it. There'll be a lot of wows around it. But once we reach the peak of inflated expectations, the expectations for the new technology or material will start to fall. Well, on this slide, you can see that the x-axis is represented by time, but well, I think actually it should be represented by its processability. In 2004, we used a sticker tape to produce a single atomic sheet. From a research point of view, the processability of graphene is rather simple. You can always find someone who can help you to produce a very beautiful and complete single atomic sheet of graphene. So the processing cost, well, or at least the threshold for the processability is rather low. But once you try to put it in mass application, because you understand that graphene has very fine conductivity, you need a large sheet of graphene. That you have to run into the real issue of processability. So that means whether you can put into mass production of the graphene sheet. So that's when the expectations or inflated expectations for the new material starts to fall, and even to the trough of disillusionment. Well, there is a gap between the properties and performance, which is the processability. Well, indeed, a lot of research resources have been committed in this regard in the processability of graphene. Right now in China, the mass production volume of a large graphene sheet is fairly outstanding. So you can have a single atomic sheet, you can have a layer of graphene made of many sheets. I think China is leading the world in the production of this graphene sheets. So of course you can turn graphene into other forms and structures to meet different engineering applications. So you're saying that China is leading in the research and manufacturing of graphene sheets.
Well, there
are a lot of scientists who are trying to address the problems or fix the problems in the processability. Well, this is a two-way process. On one hand, the scientists are trying to make the processability or the process of this graphene sheet easier. On the other hand, the demand for this graphene sheet is pushing the scientists to commit more resources to improve the processability of graphene. And the graphene sheet as thick as a piece of paper is already available in the market. Well, actually, the graphene sheet is not necessarily a killer application on mobile phone, but it can be an enabler for many other killer applications on the mobile phone, as well as in other fields of industry.
So then you can see the benefit of a graphene because it's a non-metal material. It can resist radiation, anti-corrosion, losing weight. It's much better than metal. Yes, indeed. I think it is a really good training because anyway, through this platform, we can force this structure to be further upgraded. So it is a ratcheted up effect scenario. Some new scenarios will then be generated. I want to ask you one more question. Talking about mobile phones, the price could be a very important business point to value upon. Do you think that compared with copper, graphene will be much more expensive? So long as it is used in our daily life, it is a clear testimony to its great affordability. According to my knowledge and through what I know about what my friends are doing now, indeed, in terms of a lot of indicators, graphene is really one of the best in class in the world. So far, there has been no reports about any other materials that could be as excellent as what graphene has demonstrated to us. I think that when more graphene is more well received by the public, do you think we're still at its early stage of application? You know, some startups are really beginning to see the benefits of a graphene, and now they are beginning to start up their own businesses to center around graphenes. Or do you think that it is a long-term process instead of only a one-shot business? Yes, it is an industry with a high threshold of technologies. As I said, conductivity of heat and conductivity of electricity. You know, back in year 2006 and 2007, the academic world begins to conduct a lot of research over that. And later on, they began to encounter some bottleneck issues. So if you really push the scale of numbers to a higher scale, then that will be rendering the business workable and functionable. So it is quite close to the properties of copper. It is really something quite great. Many businesses and companies have their own know-how to serve as a guide or as a manual. I think, yes, this is indeed where we are up to now, but don't lose your confidence. Of course, it is not something that each and every one of us could be embarking upon. It should be an industry with a solid degree of preparation. So it is quite popularly known as or used as a type of a conductivity additive. So back to the basic properties, you can see it is very thin with a high aspect ratio because it's a surface, all surface, pure surface. So if it is a good additive on one hand and maintaining other properties on the other, then it is much better than the carbonated or carbon-oriented structures. These are all what we call not over-sexy things. They are all real things. They are doing something quite real to give you real benefits. You can see that the membranes used for the mobile phones for heat is really something quite good. But do you think we have seen some other industries that are very likely to be the accommodators for the extensive application of graphenes? So quite coincidentally, Westlake University has just established a new industrial research institute where we can invite some professors to discuss what future will be all about. So I think I personally wish to see a day where we can see an ecosystem quite similar to Xiaomi, with graphene-oriented products and technologies. That will be a building block for our future ecosystem. I'm not an expert at that, but in some textiles or fiber industry, it could be put into more play. You can see today we are all dressing black. But have you ever thought about the question why the fabrics looks black? So if you go much deeper inside, more questions can be answered. So on one hand, we hope it can keep us warm. On the other hand, it is quite good and quite smooth to wear, right? So later on, you can find that we can use mobile phones to control our attire and dress. And can be some wearable devices that can go with you every time, anytime you want. All those display devices can help you to see something, like to tailor-make the flowers you want for today, depending on what your mood is for that particular day. All these are quite really rosy pictures for the future. So it's thin, really good aspect ratio, good conductivities for heat and electricity. So I think it is really a good material for us to enhance the feel of human bodies and also increase the interactions between human and nature. So China really values a lot about the combination and a balance between human and nature. So our visual, our audio, our body, and our touch, all these senses can be well integrated with each other. So for all these augmented technologies, the technologies will have to be dependent upon the so-called conductivity interface. Such type of interface will have to be thin enough, comfortable enough to carry more functions. So thin, so diversified that you might not easily feel the existence of that layer. So I think in the future, it is very possible for us to resort to AI or augmented reality to really enhance the capability of our human beings to process more complicated data and information. In other words, to put into a nutshell, we can think of a chance or something to integrate everything within a small piece of matter that can be with us anytime we go. This will be an exciting moment. Yes, I can sense that normally we talk about Internet of Things, IoT, with those sensors or sensory things or gadgets, especially in the context of a metaverse, we can see in a virtual world, but how to interact with this virtual world? Probably graphene could be an area in which more things could be done. Maybe it can help us to better devise a human-machine interface, or HMI, or human-nature interface, or HNI. All the senses will be having its sense of touches. It can connect very well with an electrical signal-based world. So if we can really communicate with a world triggered or driven by electricity, like the connection between different nerves of our human body, that would do us a lot of good. From the chemical perspective, I think it could be a very interesting mega trend that is worth our exploration. And we can really see that it's within our horizon. But this is not a remote future. I want to ask you another question. How long could that be, remote future be? How far can the future be? Well, as to how far, at least 50 years. At least we have to wait another 50 years before we can really dress attires that are comfortably graphene-based or driven. But so far, we can conduct some superficial tests upon our human skins. You can use the graphenes to be an add-on some device, or you can do some transformations that you can transplant a part of your skins using graphenes to integrate some functions, to make it into some graphene-oid things, or something quite similar to graphenes. Think about it. If we can devise some wearable, tattooable, biological sensor or antigen detector, all you have to do is to take a look at what is on your body before you can see everything. It will really replace some of the PCR tests we are given to accustomed to. Well, indeed, you have really opened our eyes, so to speak, by giving us a lot of interesting stories. Another question is, might not have a lot to do with what to study now. I took a look at a lot of media reports about your research areas. And most of the comments about your academic study is that you are really an original researcher without following the mega trend. So what is a comment on the public opinion? Thank you very much. It is the first time that I got to know about the public opinions about my personal studies. Well, I'm not the initiators of these opinions, to be frank enough. I want to demystify some of the comments. There is a limit to which I can work, and there's no finite image and edge of science. So for many of the research programs and projects are supported by the public funds, and we have a lot of donors everywhere around the world, including donations from the government, from the non-governmental channels, or from other areas. So all these are coming from the domestic donations. So these donations surely will tell you to really push the boundaries of our human research. And on the other hand, you can do a lot to ensure you can teach your students well. So if we go for some immediate material gains, that will give us some hell lot of profit, but I do not have a strong sense of achievement, just as what we normally say to us in Westlake University. If there's no such a thing as you in the world, what would you do? What will be the world like without you? So this is the question we always ask ourselves. What type of impacts will your research projects deliver on the other people or the current world? It is not only intended to serve your own purpose very well or to make yourself happy only. Rather, we care more about how to build an edifice using your own programs and using your own expertise. Of course, there are a lot of systems or some thinkings or considerations from the perspective of a mechanism. We hope that we can have an enabling system or mechanism that will help us to enhance our productivities. I can share with you an example. This is an unpenning thing. I like this curve very much. The horizontal line is the line represents the material processing, because that represents the very beginning of the whole.
You can successfully process the material. You can do a lot of downstream things. Well, the success does not have to be with me, but well, let's say if we can tackle the problem, fix the problems with the processability, well, we just extend the application of this material. Years ago, I was approached by investors in Wall Street asking me to do something practical. Well, actually, I'm doing something practical. But there is a way to cheat. Well, let's say if we can lower the barrier, you don't have to work that hard to increase the processability of material. It's so hard to process graphene because everyone expects you to produce a perfect graphene structure. Let's say it must be the thinnest sheet, and it must be the largest sheet. It must have the highest mechanical strength. So everyone expects you to do something perfect. That's why it's so hard. Well, let's say, can we identify some scenarios where we just can put graphene into applications without having to attain that perfect status of graphene? So that's why we need to identify some basic factors. And all of a sudden, we found that color is the basic factor I'm looking for. Well, let's take a look at this one. It looks like a cup of coffee, very beautiful. Add some vitamin C as a reductive agent. You can turn this coffee-colored material back into its reduced GO. So you can see the membrane so produced is very, very beautiful in color. So when I saw this membrane in a laboratory, one day, all of a sudden I thought, I told myself that whether we can turn this graphene into some sort of pigment, because we can't get rid of the color of graphene. We both are wearing black today. We took it for granted that we got black cloth. We never thought about why we can and how we can manufacture black cloth, but actually in the natural world there is no black material or natural black material. So on a Friday experiment, we bought some golden hair, and we try to swap the graphene on the golden hair, and we got this black colored hair.
如果不是最接近，也应该是少数几个最接近天然黑发颜色的那种黑色。
If we use graphene as a colorant to the hair, we can find that these black hairs are really very black, and they look natural, like naturally black hair. We let's make a comparative study between the naturally black hair and dyed black hair, and very few people can tell the difference between these two strands of hair. Well, we found that there were two ways to dye your hair. The first one is to change the structure of your hair. We can permanently change the color of your hair. Of course, with the best dyeing effect, but that causes damage to your hair because it uses chemicals to permanently change the structure of your hair. And for a long time, well, as time passes, the structure of your hair will disintegrate, so your hair will fall away. The other way is just like a painting. You applied some colorant to your hair, and just like paint something on the surface of your hair, but it's easily to wash away. Now we got a third way, something in between the existing two ways to dye your hair. We can change the semi-structure of your hair, so it's a semi-permanent dyeing of your hair. It does not cause that great damage to the structure of your hair, yet it changed somehow the structure of your hair. So this is the most popular way of dyeing your hair right now. So graphene, I think, is the raw material for this kind of dyeing method. Graphene is rather black, so most of the colorant applied to dyeing to dye your hair, the adhesiveness of that colorant is not very good, because most of the microstructure of this colorant is small particles, and these particles are very difficult to adhere to the surface of your hair, so they're easily washed away. You need to apply extra adhesives to make sure that these particles stick to the surface of your hair. So this colorant, when frequently applied to your hair, will somehow damage your hair. But graphene, it's just a very thin sheet. It dovetails the surface of your hair, and it can serve as a very good colorant to dye your hair. Well, this is an unexpected application. We've never thought of using graphene as a colorant or dyeing material for hair, but all of a sudden we found that, oh, it's the dyeing effect of the hair is pretty good.
就是这个出于安全原因我不点名了，但反正我们把市面上所有能
We compared our graphene with other well, semi-permanent colorant materials available in the market. We found that there is a huge quality gap between graphene and the other colorants available in the market. We found that the graphene is far more superior than the existing products as a dyeing material. I just told you that, well, it's black, it's just a basic property, but don't forget it's still graphene. it can still conduct electricity, conduct heat. I just talked about the electrical interface. But let's say if your hairs are totally electrified, well, maybe it can serve as an interface between the machine and your brain. Your single hairs can be used as a probe to detect the brain activities. Not just a wild imagination. You don't have to shave your head. You just use your hair and as a kind of a probe, connect your hair to some sort of external machine. Oh, that might generate some interesting application. Well, actually, this is not sci-fi. We got some, a solid scientific base behind it. So it's not pure sci-fi. We're getting to the end of the discussion. I have a last question for you. On your first slide, you gave us the introduction of your team. Indeed, when we start up a new business, we need a team. We need a team for an operating company. It's like a CEO of the team. And at the same time, you're still a scholar, a researcher. So the question is, what is your criteria in selecting your students? What are the most important properties of your students? Well, I believe that the most important personality is resilience. Stay curious and stay foolish is the slogan for our team. Stay curious means you don't always go for the money or the fame, but you just try to solve the problems that has never been solved before, but is to stay foolish. That means you shouldn't be bound by the existing paradigm. Don't confine your innovative capabilities within a small space. So we want our team members to stay curious and stay foolish. When I recruit members of my team, well, this is an important personality and property. Well, as long as you stay here and stay put, you definitely will come up with some exciting results. We're not doing very difficult things. The whole world is in an agitated status. Once you calm yourself down, you can do a lot of interesting things and important things. Well, we almost spent an hour discussing this interesting topic. I would like to thank you very much for giving us your precious time. We're looking forward to more interesting findings from your research team. Well, I don't think I can wait for 50 years. I'd expect to see some short-term results and some interesting outcomes of your research in the near future. Thank you.
Panel Accelerating Financial Accessibility with Tech in Asia. And please join me in welcoming three very esteemed speakers on our panel today, each a veteran in the banking and finance industry and an authority on today's topic. We have first Mr. Niu Jianjun, Executive Director and CEO of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Macau, and Ms. Luann Lim, Chief Executive Officer of Hong Kong HSBC, and Mr. Michael Fei, Chief Executive Designate of Ping An One Connect Bank. Thank you to our special guests for being with us today. And without further ado, let's begin our roundtable discussion. As we all know, digitalization has been transforming how business is done in each and every sector, especially since the emergence of the COVID pandemic. In the banking industry, for example, the pandemic has spurred demand for digital banking services. It has accelerated adoption of technology, and it has driven a whole new range of financial innovations. This has led to an unprecedented opening up of financial services to more people than ever, and helping banks and fintech companies boost their profitability. And according to research by Macquarie, digital financial services in Southeast Asia alone represent a $38 billion revenue opportunity by 2025. And mind you, that's just Southeast Asia. So there's, you can imagine the massive potential of fintech when we take the rest of Asia into account. Now, I'd like to start us off by looking at the industry's past as a whole, sort of a framing question to kick us off. And I'd love to hear from each of our speakers share their thoughts on this. So looking at the past 5 years, what would you consider is the biggest change in general within the banking industry? And may we please start with Mr. Niu, please. Thank you.
主持人林总裁
MC, Mr. Lin,
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the organizing committee for organizing such a high-level forum so that I can have a chance to be with you talking about fintech. So it is a good chance for me to see you online. And I hope that you can find today's discussion a rewarding one. As to the changes over the past 5 years for the banking industry, it is really something that we feel quite excited about. We all feel keenly about, first of all, the rapid growth of our technologies of 4G or 5G. Now mobile phones become part of our life. Or if you cannot afford another 1 hour of surfing your mobile phones, you think that you are virtually forgotten by the era, right? So it is also the same thing for our banking industry. The main driving factors behind the change of the banking industry is of the growth of the science and technology. Sorry, can the speaker speak to the microphone? The interpreter couldn't hear anything from the speaker. So, Mr. Niu, would you please turn on your mic? You are muted.
Just check, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right. Look, I think the last 2 years, the changes in the last 2 years, probably more than the last 5 years put together. The pandemic, I think, has fundamentally changed the way people live, the way businesses work. And you take that and you couple it with longer term sort of technological disruptions. And then we have a much more big focus on the low carbon economy transition. And that's totally changed the focus of the banking industry. I think Niu Zong has also sort of alluded to earlier, e-commerce has basically exploded. Online sales volume in Hong Kong is expected to jump 13% to about $8 billion this year, according to Euromonitor. So consumers are shifting their economic lives online. They're shopping online. I know I've shopped more online in the last 2 years than I ever had in my life, really. And SMEs as well are going global because they can. Companies are building their supply chains remotely because now they can. And actually on the people side as well, we often forget employees have changed the way they work. People want to work from home. They want flexibility in the way they deliver their results. So I think there's been quite a few angles to how banking industry has moved, technology being a big one, but really more as an enabler of change for the ecosystem around banking sector. Now, I also think in the first quarter this year in Hong Kong, it was really a litmus test of our ability to adapt. In the first quarter in Hong Kong, we went through our most serious wave of COVID, but with HSBC's digitization advances, we were able to keep our Hong Kong business running without very much disruption, really. We were the only bank with the capability to offer, for example, 100% branch-like sales and services to our customers remotely. And we managed to shift a lot of our operating model to continue to deliver key functions like trading remotely as well. And we managed to release a lot of new functionalities like mobile checks, deposits, mobile cash withdrawals. All that was partly driven, the speed of that was a lot driven by the pandemic. Well, thankfully, Hong Kong is now well on the road to recovery. We'll continue to lead the market on digitization with strong progress. And once we see international travels resuming, we intend to capitalize on that and make sure that we're providing international connectivity from Hong Kong, mainland, and the rest of the world through these technological developments that we've had in the last 5 years.
Thank you, Luann. May we please have, I think the technical issues has been resolved with Mr. Niu. Can we go back to you for the rest of your speech? Thank you.
继续刚才的话题呢，刚才林总也提到了，就是
So just now, Luan Ling has mentioned about the pandemic that has changed many of the formats and models that we are used to. I just now mentioned about the emergence of a smartphone that has substantially changed the way in which we live and we interact with each other, including the way in which we consume the financial products. We can use the smartphones to basically solve most of the financial demands or deal with most of the financial transactions, including transfer of payments, security exchange, payment, settlement, and clearing, and many other related functions. And also for the service outlets, a lot of changes have also taken place, as you can see. For example, some smart outlets have become the order of the day because for many of the outlets, you can never expect to see anyone, physical people working there. You can see some robot-like smart service providers online responding to a request 24 hours a day. And also we have some quantitative or quantified investment tools that are developed successfully to meet our growing needs. And also, the banking industries are applying the technologies across the board, not only specifically designed to one sector, but across the board on all fronts. So all these technologies have been extensively applied over some of the internal process on all the dimensions and sectors that have changed the way in which the modalities will work. In the past, we have a lot of business that are not likely to be put online, or it is not a mandatory request. And now we have to move a lot of the functions online. And also some of the technologies will have to be extensively applied, as I said, on all fronts. So these are some of the apparent changes we have seen over the past 5 years.
Thank you, Mr.
So
digitalization, automation, transforming branches of banks into online, as well as AI-enabled technologies are all some of the very big changes in the past 5 years. How about Mr. Fei? What's your take on this past 5 years' biggest change?
Yeah, thanks, Kelsey. Yeah, I think a lot has already been said by Niu Zong and Glenn. To me, I think two big things has changed a lot in the past 5 years. One is shared is how you interact with customers, the customer interaction. Also, there's another thing people probably not aware too much, but we clearly see the trend is the infrastructure. Okay, from what we have seen in mainland China and also in Southeast Asia, US, Europe, more and more banks, more and more financial institutions are moving or considering moving to cloud. There's a huge requirement on computing power, on data capacity, etc. So moving to cloud is becoming a trend, I think, for financial institutions global wide. And also, I think there's more and more banks. There's attach a lot of the importance on cybersecurity, data security, privacy protection. I think this is also some fundamental changes going on in the past 5 years. People, they have a higher awareness of the importance of these security issues, of these infrastructure issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fei. That's great. And for my next question, it's also for all three panelists, and this will be a great opportunity for our audience to learn more about each individual bank. Could you share with us how your bank views fintech, and what are some of the products or services or areas that your bank has been focusing on and developing? And could we start with Ms. Lim, please? Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Kelsey. Look, it's great to be here. It's a privilege to be sharing more about our business and how we're shaping the future of finance with fintech. Maybe just a bit of baseline for our audience. So HSBC in Hong Kong, largest universal bank. We bank 5.3 million personal customers out of a population of about 7.3 million. And that's not including the few hundred thousands of commercial and corporate customers that we bank. Now, our priorities are really clear. In terms of fintech, we are leveraging innovation to improve customer experience for individuals, excuse me, and businesses. We want to capture market shares, especially in high growth areas like GBA. There's going to be wealth and investment needs that are coming up, which is created by Asia's growing wealth. And we want to deploy our capabilities in sustainable financing to help our clients across the region transition and transform. So our ambition is really to be a digital-first bank. Now, personally, I am a firm advocate of the power of technology because it will be a critical, if not the top differentiator in the future of banking. So Hong Kong is our home market, and from a personal customer's perspective, there are a few categories of needs. Spending, saving, borrowing, investing, insurance. Excuse me. So our digital active users now have already exceeded about 3 million, which, as I said, over the last 2 years of rapid change, that actually doubled for us. And about 98% of our transactions are now received digitally. So besides internet banking, we have 4 main apps in Hong Kong, one for mobile banking, one for credit cards and managing your rewards, one PayMe as a stock value wallet, and one for investment. We were also the first bank to have telesales for insurance when COVID hit us. So we're investing heavily in these areas, and in the last year, in 2021, we actually rolled out about 200 feature enhancements in our apps. That's equivalent to 1 update per working day, which is quite significant and an investment. When it comes to commercial customers, there's a slight difference in needs. We have a lot more cross-border trade capabilities. We have a lot more loans and credit, digital payments, e-commerce capabilities that we need to focus on. But today, our SME customers are already able to open accounts through our mobile app. We use innovative technology such as electronic identification, e-signature collection. So the account opening process for SMEs is a lot simpler and a lot more straightforward these days. And a good sign that we've seen is about 85% of our customers in Hong Kong are already registered for our business internet banking, so they can directly apply for products such as credit cards, debit cards, deposits, insurance. And that's where we are today. But I would say the pace of change and the progress has definitely picked up in the last few years. And this is a really dynamic environment. So where we are today and where we are in a few days' time, for example, are going to be quite different as the pace keeps increasing.
Thank you. Thank you, Luann. How about for PAOB, Mr. Fei? What's your how does PAOB view fintech, and what has your team been working on?
Yeah, well, I think people all know about HSBC and ICBC. They're really big banks, financial institutions. Well, and probably less people know about PAOB, Power Bank, or we call ourselves. The full name of PAOB is actually Ping An One Connect Bank. Okay, it is one of the 8 virtual banks in Hong Kong. Now we are different from the other 7 virtual banks in that we focus purely on SMEs. Okay, so our business model is to help the SME companies in Hong Kong through a digital way, through a digital model, to get financial support more easily, more conveniently. So we started business about exactly 2 years ago. We have been helping less than 2,000 SME customers as of now. What we're proud of is that we actually did a great thing on the financial inclusion. Among the 2,000 customers we served, about 29% of them, it's their first time to get a bank loan. Okay, to get their first bank loan from PAOB. And for the remaining about 70% of the clients, again, more than 2/3 of them, they only have a secured or characterized lending from the other banks, which means also PAOB is the first bank to provide an unsecured lending to them. This is something we are actually quite proud of, is that we are helping the SMEs, helping the small and micro companies in Hong Kong in a more digital, convenient way. Now then, we are I think we're a bit special in that we are a combination of technology and the financial services. Because PAOB itself, we are clearly a financial service provider. We are a regulated bank in Hong Kong, but our parent company, One Connect, is actually a technology company. The business of One Connect is actually to provide technology solutions to banks, insurance companies, asset managers, or even sometimes the regulators in China and Southeast Asia. So for us, we have a unique combination that we have a technology parent, and then ourselves is a financial services company. So to us, our definition for fintech is relatively, I would say, straightforward. First of all, I think any technology that help financial institutions or facilitate the financial services to us is fintech, except for financial services itself. Okay, it's clearly technology, it's not financial services, but any technology that supports financial services is fintech to us.
Wonderful, thank you very much. How about for Mr. Niu? How does ICBC Macau view fintech?
刚才呢，这个林总裁和费总裁都讲了各自对 fintech 的定义啊。这个 fintech 呢
talked about other discussants talked about the definition of fintech. I think we actually share similar definitions of fintech. Well, basically, the underlying technologies are the same. A, B, C, D are artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computation, big data, and the internet. So I believe that all the banks are using the same technologies. But as to clients for financial services and the content of financial services, they might vary from one bank to another. We serve a diversified client portfolio. So talking about our definition of fintech, That means we make use of good data technology to improve the customer's experience and improve the efficiency to create values. Well, this is a general definition of fintech. Well, generally speaking, digital technology is at the core of fintech. Of course, fintech is a synthesizer of many core technologies. Digital transformation for ICBC is the very center of the next round of fintech upgrade by ICBC Macau. Well, I believe that ICBC is a leading bank in terms of fintech. The entire ICBC is an employee force, has more than 10,000 dedicated IT personnel. We have R&D centers in Guangzhou and Zhuhai. We also have a digital laboratories in Zhuhai. Some of our R&D activities is related to metaverse. Well, let's do ICBC Macau. Yeah, we take full advantages of the technological advantages from the headquarters. And also the ICBC Macau boasts of a team comprising of more than 100 technicians and experts. ICBC Macau is in a leading position in Macau in terms of mobile payment. In terms of identity examination, virtual credit card, and fast payment system, ICBC Macau is in an absolute leading position in Macau. And through automation of RPA and automation of reporting, we reduce a lot of human labor. Well, that's our understanding of fintech.
I'd like to also pose a follow-up question to Mr. Niu regarding AI applications. So the A in the list of what fintech means, right? So AI is always a crowd favorite. Many people are saying that AI will be disruptive to this industry. How do you see the impact of AI, and how has your bank used AI-powered techs to provide services?
应该说呢，这个互联网的出现呢，给这个银行业的服务呢，有一次革命嘛，啊。
Well, actually, the emergence of the internet revolutionized the bank services. The appearance of the mobile phone also revolutionized the bank services. So after the emerging artificial intelligence technology,
I
believe it will totally revolutionize further the bank services. So actually, we're still at a preliminary stage in the application of AI technologies. We're using AI in voice service, as digital employees, or as digital hall manager. Well, we are all familiar with Harry Potter. Harry Potter always read newspapers with a lot of dynamic pictures. I believe the immersive experience provided by metaverse surely bring about a banking experience for the new generation of consumers. I'll give you one example. Well, currently, different companies, different banks have different websites, online banks, and call centers. With the development of fintech, I believe that these three functions can be integrated into one virtual bank. In this virtual bank, we can show a three-dimensional space plus the time axis to replace the single function of call center and the single function of website. So I believe there will come into existence a virtual bank in the virtual world. We don't have to visit a physical bank outlet to experience different kinds of bank products. And our bank employees can also provide services in this virtual world, assuming a virtual face or virtual figurine. And call center can be transformed into some sort of backend office, processing the data. I have a firm conviction that as the young consumers come into the market, the artificial intelligence will disrupt the banking industry.
Services in the metaverse in that case. And I'd like to move on to our next discussion point, which will be around fintech companies, specifically startups. I believe we have a lot of people involved in the fintech space, in the startup space, watching our conversation right now. And, you know, sometimes startups have a very complicated relationship with banks. Some startups want nothing to do with big banks. Others see them as possible partners or even possible customers. So I hope we can take this opportunity today to demystify that and give everyone some practical advice and solutions. So can we please start with Ms. Lim on this? What are some of the ways for fintech startups to engage financial institutions? And what's so great about having such a partnership?
Thanks, Kelsey. I think increasingly we are seeing the value of partnering with fintechs. They are extremely agile. I mean, we are a big bank. We have a lot more legacy, and the fintechs are actually a lot more agile. They come a lot of times with very specific technical capabilities or very unique customer insights that we can do with. So a real win-win situation we see is where we can combine our reach, HSBC's reach and banking infrastructure with the technical capability of fintechs, and that's a perfect match. I'll give you an example. We worked with this Hong Kong-based logistics startup. It's a company that we met through the API Eco Booster program, and we sponsor this program at the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. And we were very impressed with this company's solution. So we've now incorporated their service into our digital offering for customers in Hong Kong. So what this means is our customers can now get instant quotations, compare different logistics solutions across 250 countries and territories on our HSBC platform. So this enables us to serve our customers a lot more comprehensively. Another example, we've rolled out HSBC Smart Solutions for our commercial banking clients, and that's actually at the back is powered by a fintech company that allows our clients to have a plug and play cash flow forecast tool, and that helps them to facilitate their business planning. We also have sort of accounting automation tools where we partner with fintech's company to have, and we build it in our platform so that that helps, and that sort of is a good partnership because, as I said, they're a lot more agile and they're a lot more plug and play, and we can sort of enhance our customers' offerings in a much simpler process, with a much simpler process. We also, as HSBC, have an arm that's HSBC Invest, it's called, and it's almost a VC arm. So we have our own venture capital that we invest in early stage technology and leading trends. And it all comes really well together when the companies that we invest in are also serving us with a need that we have. For example, in Singapore, we announced a partnership with Silent8, and it's actually a fintech company based in Singapore. It applies artificial intelligence modeling to automate sort of compliance-related decisions especially around financial crime compliance, which is a hot topic in banking. And we were one of the early banking partners that invested in them. And subsequently, we made an equity investment in their Series B funding. So I think we do partner with them in servicing our customers, but we also do invest in them because we want to participate quite actively in the fintech ecosystem and in fintech growth. We sponsor industry programs for fintechs to showcase their capabilities and gain exposure. One of the more sort of well-known one is the Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, and that's working with our HSBC Jumpstarter Global Pitch Competition. So we see overwhelming response, 600 startups or so from more than 60 countries around the world. So there is quite a lot we're doing in working with fintechs from different angles, because I think there is a holistic ecosystem that can be supported and that will be mutually beneficial for banks and for the fintech firms. Thanks, Kelsey.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lim. And what about for Mr. Fei? How about with Ping An One Connect?
Yeah, definitely. I think we are open to work with fintech startups. Although our parent company is a fintech company itself, but there's always resource constraint. Yeah, there's always more things you want to do than the resource you can get. So we are very open to work with various fintech companies. We did actually in Hong Kong work quite some startups. Now, if you talk about the suggestions to these fintech startups, I think my suggestion would be you really have to understand the business. Okay, banking business is actually much more complicated than many can imagine. Yeah, we almost in most cases, I think we have a zero tolerance on making mistakes. Okay, for us to adopt a new technology, you have to prove that it's safe. It has considered various of scenarios, different possibilities, and anything can go wrong. Yeah, you have to prove that. So you have to prove that you can solve the problem in a real business setup. You have to consider the regulatory environment we are in. So all these things are very, very important for us to partner with a fintech startup. Yeah, I think it's really very critical for you to understand the banking business we are in.
Yes, that's really, really great advice. I think absolutely agree that there should be an honest conversation with banks. The conversation should start early to come up with a scalable solution that fits compliance requirements, regulatory requirements. At the end of the day, it's all about understanding each other's positions, understanding each other's customers to come up with a strategy to solve problems, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you. And how about for you, Mr. Niu? What's your take on this? On the on how fintech firms as startups can work with banks.
第5个是吧？这个关于这方面呢，其实我们跟初创企业其实有很多的合作啊。
Well, actually, we have a lot of collaborations with those startups already. On one hand, we have a lot of outsourcings of some main industries to those third parties. And also we have a lot of collaborations with those peripheral IT companies and businesses. On the other hand, we have some hardware purchasing businesses that are also based upon such a collaborational connections. And also many of our clients are from those big name IT companies. And many of our clients are also startup companies per se. So through our platforms, we can seek to construct a type of a bridge connecting the interests from both sides. And in terms of financing industry or financing sector, many of our clients are all startup companies. So the settlements or the employees services of those startup companies have a lot to do with our business. So it is fair to say that it is all comprehensive business circle.
Now we're nearing the end of the panel discussion. We barely had enough time, I think. Everybody's really engaged. So why don't we finish off with some crystal ball gazing? How do you see the future of fintech within the banking industry? And shall we start with Mr. Fei first? Thank you.
Well, I think I recall some days ago, the ex-PBOC governor, Zhou Xiaochuan, once said, banking is actually a technology business. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, banking, everything is about technology. So, in a simple way, fintech is the future of the banking business.
Thank you. How about for you, Mr. Niu? What do you see is the future of fintech? What are the possibilities in the fintech space?
关于这方面，其实我在讲刚才那个回答。
Well, actually, in answering the previous question, I already mentioned that in the future there could be a so-called metaverse bank. So the metaverse bank would be the ultimate bank form in my imagination. It could be a virtual bank working seamlessly with a real brick and mortar offline outlet. This will be a perfect formality by which we can work. So how to ensure that more immersive services can be provided to our customers, and this will be another direction. Thank you.
Really liking the metaverse idea, and of course, more improvement in our banking services. How about for you, Ms. Lim? What do you think is the future of fintech?
I think my co-panelists have said it really well. If you ask the questions I used to get about fintech about 5-8 years ago was always, oh, fintech is coming. What are you banks doing about the threat of fintech? And it's not a surprise. You don't hear that anymore today, right? It's no longer a threat. It's a partnership. It's an ecosystem, and we think that that the idea that the financial industry giants and the fintechs are in opposition is no longer valid. And fintechs I see today, as I mentioned earlier, as partners. There's a lot of innovation coming in from the fintech partner, and we're working and investing with a lot of them. They drive improvements in our service. They drive improvements in customer experience, and they're a really good source of innovation. And they also challenge us, and that's ultimately good for everyone, especially our customers.
Wonderful. Yes, I think I'd just like to wrap up by saying that, banks alongside other companies in a range of other sectors, everyone has a huge insatiable demand for technology today. And in the end, what we're all aiming to do is find the best solution that would be profitable, that would be fitting the regulatory framework and drive the real economy. There will be many lessons to be learned along the way, as our panelists have said, but that will be how we evolve and how we learn. We're all here to learn from each other's expertise. So I'll be keeping my eyes peeled for many terrific partnerships and fintech products in the next 5 to 10 years. And since we're out of time now, I'll leave everyone with that optimistic note. Thank you once again to our speakers' insights and for showing us a little bit behind the scenes for banking giants. We had a really great panel. Thank you very much, and looking forward to our next conversation. Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very
much, Mr. Guo, for attending today's online discussion. We know that flying cars has become an increasing trend because, for those startup companies or mobility giants, they are all caring a lot about the flying cars or flying industry. So we are also quite interested in the market environment and compliance issues. Stopped. So would you please tell us a little bit about what you think about those so-called airborne vehicles, or what is the attitude towards the flying car industry? Okay. So, CAAC is the main responsible organization of the so-called pilots or the vehicles industry, flying vehicle industry. They are quite constructive or supportive to this sector as the civilian aviation industry. As you can currently, it is still an industry not dominated by any specific big power. I can give you an example. Actually, for many of the companies, their technologies are actually more or less quite the same. Very few people can really differentiate one technologies from another. To be frank with you, from the perspective of a CAAC, there is some big differences between different players. Different companies have their own ways of growth. So we would prefer to have a lot of discussions and correspondences with the businesses and to draft some policies and regulations when time is ripe. And also for us, actually, we worked with Libito as a giant company in flying vehicle industry in Germany to maintain our key competence. CAAC is actually having an open attitude towards such a collaboration. We are working with this mechanism to integrate our experiences and know-how within one portfolio. So generally speaking, we are moving towards a quite good direction. Okay, a follow-up question on your collaboration with that German company. So we have a lot of big names and giants abroad. So suppose they want to enter the Chinese market. So what should be some of the considerations for those likely comers? Actually, I think that China is quite open-hearted to all those big giants who wish to enter our own market. As I said, CAAC is currently presiding over this system, and we are currently working on the mutual recognition of companies from both sides. In other words, we can get the recognition from Europe, or Europe can also get the relevant confirmation from the Chinese side, so that we can seek to streamline the process and to work a little bit more on the airworthiness of those flying vehicles in the near future. So this is quite obviously seen not only in China, but also in America and Europe. So suppose we compare the China's laws with that of America. What is the difference? It is fair to say that both of the two countries have conducted a lot of collaborations between each other over the airworthiness studies, like the big aircrafts and small flying machines and many others, including the flying vehicles as we are talking about today. So they can be governed under the main category of flying vehicles or flying aircrafts. So our collaborations are quite fully fledged. In the past, how to get the airworthiness confirmation from Europe or from America, it really follows a clear process. But now, we have to be frank with each other about the differences of China, Europe, and America for their key concerns and priorities due to the differences in terms of the infrastructures. America has their own fully developed infrastructure and portfolio. And China may face something quite different in terms of a general or generic fields. We face some apparent gap. There is a really clear gap in terms of the cultivation of professionals in this regard. And this might not be something undesirable, but it could be translated into a late bloomers effect. In other words, it can help us to reduce the cost further to build such an ecosystem. Similarly, in Europe, they also have the same thing, and they also face the same problems. So these are the three areas in which we see there is a key difference, and also areas in which we can cooperate with each other. So our company could be a good example. We work together with America and Europe on many fronts already. We know that in August, CAAC has issued the solicitation of opinions on the drones. In 2025, probably drones can be applicable for short distances transportation. In 3 or 5 years' time, it could cover medium range. So my question is, what is your attitude towards this policy? So it is a result from the full consideration and the full discussions between all relevant parties concerned. The earliest period could be somewhere around 2025 to 2026, where the drones or flying vehicles from different parties or organizations can be sought to undertake its maiden fight. And some of the scenarios will undergo a series of upgrading and regenerations so that it could be applicable in about 3 or 5 years' time, as you said, about 5 years' time. So by then, you can see a really rapid growth over that period, especially after this great period of test runs. Okay, for the mass public, so where could the ordinary people see those pilot programs in 2025? So is it possible for ordinary people to really try those flying vehicles?
预计可能会分成2个大的方向哈，它会慢慢的进入我们公众的视野。第一个就是在这种相对封闭的环境中，或者说叫做隔离空域，就是在这个地方运行这套系统不会影响到其他的交通方式，或者说会不会对其他的交通参与者增加附加的风险。可能说的比较技术啊，简单的讲就是这个把危险降到最低来适用这样的一个技术。那大概率可能是在比如说海边的一些场景，比如说在一些下边人口稍微稀疏一些场景，或者说景区这种封闭的场景，会开通这样的一个航线，让大家去适用这样的一个技术。那慢慢它就会向更加商业普遍的方向去发展。另外一个呢场景呢，就是一些特殊应用场景，比如说应急救援。然后比如说一些物流的场景，或者说一些这种公共服务的场景，当然它也有个重要的前提，就是不能为整个交通的运行增加太多的风险。这样的话，两头可能会一边是可能偏公共服务，可能另外一边是偏这种私人定制的旅游的体验啊，或者说这种小范围的体验，会慢慢进入大家的这个视野当中了。
那沃飞在商业化这个道路上是怎么去计划的？
是的。
So what is your plan for rolling out their programs? Well, actually, we'll take 2 routes. One is international cooperation. We're making joint investment with Volocopter, and we're establishing our business entity in China so that we can promote this aero or airborne mobility services in China. Well, secondly, we actually had a very strong industrial foundation or supply chain foundations for new energy vehicles.
路线的另外一条路线的这个垂直起降的这样的一种产品。
So we're developing a new type of products or new category of products that is different from that of our joint venture. For EPI, its transportation radius is 30 to 50 kilometers. The other category of products will cover 100 to 200 kilometers of point-to-point transportation. In the distant future, the range of transportation or mobility can be extended to 500 kilometers. I believe that well, these two development paths are interrelated to each other. For example, in the aviation worthiness and in commercial models, there'll be a lot of cooperations between these two models. So we want international cooperation, and also we want self-proprietary technologies. Well, you just talked about some sort of technology evolved from your new energy vehicle technology. So how does it help to promote the aviation vehicles? Well, talking about those cars, well, they look like an aeroplane, but from a product perspective, it is kind of new energy aviation or airborne machine. Well, actually, this vertically takeoff aeroplanes or technologies, not a new technologies for the aviation industry. Helicopter takes that kind of technology. But we're trying to address the problem we're trying to address is to adopt this vertically takeoff technologies into this new energy vehicles. We try to reduce the cost of the application of this technology. But well, actually, not many breakthroughs have been obtained in this regard because for combustion engines, the vertically takeoff technologies will entail a huge amount of cost. So when you rent a helicopter for airborne mobilities, it will be quite expensive. With the advent of new energy vehicles, the electric motor can provide a cheap solution for the application of this vertical takeoff technology. Well, the performance of new energy vehicle is not as good as the traditional combustion engine aviation machines, but in the long run, I believe that the technologies will be more and more mature in the future. I believe there is a quite developed supply chain or industrial chain for this airborne mobility products. We got suppliers of the cockpit, we got suppliers of the engine, we got suppliers of the tires. I think electrification will disrupt the aviation industry. It will cause greater disruption to the aviation industry than to the automobile industry. The new energy is not a paradigm shifter for the auto industry. But certainly, I think this electrification technologies is a big game changer for the aviation industry because in the traditional era, it will take hundreds of people to share the cost of one flight. But right now, well, we can largely reduce the cost of flying. The electric flying will entail less cost, and its fly height is about 300 to 500 meters. So the noise of that flying machine is hardly detectable on the ground. So it's a quiet transportational vehicle, and it can be used by private individuals. So I don't believe it is a disruptor or a game changer for the aviation industry. I think gradually the aeroplane producer or manufacturers will start to make investment to manufacture flying vehicles. It must be quite some interesting things. It must be quite an interesting thing. We'll see. I believe this is a mega trend in the future. I still believe that it is going to be a paradigm shift for the mobility. So, can you share with us some of the product information of your company? And are there any commercialization plan for these products, or any timetable for the mass production of these products? All right. Yeah, we can two paths. On one hand, we actively engaged in international collaboration. On the other hand, we commit a lot of resources to R&D to develop our proprietary technologies. In 2024, during the Paris Olympic Games, the airborne mobility services will be introduced to the market. We're going to import that service models to China as quickly as possible. Well, this kind of services is mainly primarily catered to intra-city mobility demands or transportational demands. On the other hand, we're developing our own products. Well, last month we released some information about this future product. We're developing some sort of 5-seater airborne vehicles with a range of 200 kilometers. Actually, we made a thorough investigation of the Chinese market, and we believe that this is a market blank that needs to be filled. There are currently 4 megacity clusters in China with 100 and 200 kilometers of distance in between. At the early stage, this airborne mobility will be a high-end market, but later on, it will be available to ordinary people. Roughly around 2025 to 2026, we will piloting the commercialization, and the full commercialization of this service will be conducted between 2026 to 2030. I believe it will be a very, very popular service in China. It's somehow like airborne taxi. Yeah, that's right. So how about the pricing strategy? So how does the price compare, or the cost compared to our ground-based transportation? Well, certainly it will be more expensive, but you can save up to 80 to 90% of transportation times spent on transportation. Well, let's say if the cost is 2 to 3 times of a designated vehicle, there will be the right price range. In the foreseeable future, the cost of this services will be reduced to 2 to 3 times of the cost of designated ground-based mobility service. It will be a lot less cheaper than helicopter cost. In 2017, you acquired Terrafuji, which is an important step toward internationalization, and it also injected a lot of confidence into the flying vehicles industry. I read about some reports asserting that the earning activity in the United States came to a halt last year. Well, actually, Terrafuji will be focused on the expansion of business. Indeed, we got the FAA certificate for the first generation of flying vehicles developed by Terrafuji. But I think this model will not be very popular in China. But anyway, I think it's a very good beachhead for us to take advantage of the North American market. You might come across with other pieces of news. For example, we are developing the industrial drones and other airborne machines for industrial application. I think China, United States, and Europe
化的角度会产生大量的协同和合作的。
Supplementing each other in terms of the development of flying vehicle industry. So you're making investment in the United States, in Europe. So Terrafuji is still developing its own model. And in Europe, you're collaborating with a German company. So do you have any other plans to make an investment in other parts of the world?
这三个地方可能大家看到要多一点，因为这三个地方的局方相对来说都是全球发言权最高的三个地方了。
Well, actually, United States, Europe, and China, well, they're popular topics in the media, so they catch more attention than other places in the world. But I would say Middle East, Australia, they're also promising markets. But in the early stage, we'll be more focusing on the Chinese market to explore the aviation industry or general aviation market. But it takes some time. Yeah, the R&D cycle is pretty extended for this industry. I just wonder, is there enough funding from Geely Group to your company? Well, as you know, in early startups, it needs to be funded continuously. It needs to be backed by a lot of financial resources. Well, that's right. You might have noticed that well, there are different types of investment models. One is startup companies attracting investment all the time. The other types of investment is from big companies. They're establishing their subsidiary entities. Well, Geely has its own mobility strategy. So we're making an investment to develop our technological reservoir. And eventually, we're trying to find some applications for this technology. I believe that there is solid financial support from Geely Group to my company. And in the future, talking about the R&D, talking about the supply chain, talking about the cost down activities, the resources from Geely will be very.
So some of the industries I mentioned are quite close to the level of so-called aircrafts and flying vehicles, but in terms of the sensitivities or the way in which it is dependent upon the flying vehicles, it is quite close to the traditional vehicle industry. So in your perspective, how do you compare yourself with those forerunners in the States or in some other parts of the world? It is fair to say that you have noticed that in terms of its formats, it is an area in which different parties may have their different advantages. Probably you can only use one picture to see and to understand what are their area of expertise. There are three main parties or different types of technological barriers or threshold. The first one is the proactive modality, characteristic of a volocopter. In China, we have Yihang and Xiaopeng. They are also following the same route. Probably the reason why we didn't put a lot of focus on that perspective is because we didn't have a lot of those international connections. Secondly, is a lift and proof mode. So one or two uplifting gadgets and one propelling gadgets work together for some powertrain drive system. This is a combinational system. So if that is the modality, then we have both the technological roots in China and also in the rest of the world. The third way is the so-called vector power, the vector power mode. And this mode will help to improve the load of the powertrain system. So we are quite close to Hsbc in this connection. It is fair to say that we have different advantages, respectively. Of course, Hsbc is really one of the 4 running companies in this regard, and some of their products have already conducted in the spectrum of test runs, and over the industrial chain and the supply chain, there's some vertical integration. It is fair to say that they have been quite good in launching those type of innovations. For us, we are a little bit late in defining those standards and technological know-hows. Currently, we are facing a critical point where everything is developing so rapidly. So no matter where confirmation or identification, we are not lagging far behind. We have really left enough room for the future improvement of our product ranges and varieties. It could be a 2-door ambulance car, and also could be a 6-door human vehicle passenger vehicles. So the reason why I mention this is to stress the importance of the connections between the mass production and the unit cost relations. So it is quite similar to the traditional mentalities that we have for the vehicles industries. This is not unique to our company alone. Rather, for NEV industries, in terms of cost, affordability, maturity of industrial integrity, indeed, we are quite ahead of many other players in the world. That's why we have the confidence to have their own advantages in terms of the entire industrial chain. Just now you mentioned that we have seen rapid growth in this sector. So how big is your team? And do you have any future recruitment plans? By recruitment plan, I mean, probably you have a plan to recruit more people to support your team. Yes, indeed, recruitment is a big thing. My personal opinion might not be recruiting as many people as possible. Indeed, we really need elites or these really professional guys to support our system. It does not mean that these are 500 or 400 people will be enough. On that platform, we hope to have our own distribution of our labor and our own mapping plans. In a few months from now on, there could be more integrated products coming out, but our mainstream is flying vehicles. I think we will calibrate the size of our manpower and also ensure that we have a correct size of the whole team to support our businesses. But when time is ripe, of course, we will recruit more people to support the future growth. So where are they based normally? In China, mainly in Chengdu, Wuhan, Beijing, Shenzhen. So these are the cities that we have our manpower. What about outside of China? Mainly we have our people in Boston. Due to some inconveniences of transportation. In Germany, we normally resort to our partners to manage their local teams. Talking about talents, do you think we have enough stock pile of talent pool in China? Technologically speaking, we have enough talent pool here, but probably we're a little bit far behind compared with Europe or America, but in terms of technologies, no problem. So theoretically, there should be no fundamental issues related to the shortage of talent pool. We are more or less at the same front. And it is fair to say that for this industry to develop in full scale, we need full support. And that full support will give us a better chance to see better what the future is all about. So time is almost up. I have the last question for you. Could you please look ahead into the future by 2035? What will be like in the sky and on the road? Will that look very much like a sci-fi film? Of course, it will be no such a thing as a sci-fi film scenario. That will be quite dangerous. But by then, my wild guess could be, so if you take a look at the sky, there could be some herds of doves or pigeons, but in the cities, you might not necessarily be aware of the existence, but our lifestyles could be changed a little bit. On the top of the buildings of our working places, there could be some rooftop airports, and that will help you and carry you to a very beautiful place for some decent dinner, and you can fly back to where you live. So the time span there will be much lower than that of your own cars. Could be maybe less than 20 minutes will be enough to carry you from one place to another. This is quite useful and quite profitable for end-to-end transportation or mobility. And the ordinary people will be able to afford such a very special way of mobilities that used to be enjoyed by those rich people. So good, that's a great forecast of the future. Thank you very much for sharing. This is a very interesting session for the discussion. Dear guests, dear online and offline audience, good afternoon. My name is Josen from TechNode. I'm the reporter of TechNode. For this session, this is about autonomous driving. We have invited with us two guests of honor to this discussion. They're respectively Dr. Yu Qian, James Yu, QCraft co-founder and the CEO expert at this regard, and he used to be working for Waymo under Google. He is the responsible person of algorithms. The second guest of honor is Dr. He Tao, founder of Kowa Robot TV. He graduated from Tokyo University, and he is also an expert at the algorithms. He is also the invited expert by the Ministry of Education. So first of all, I want to congratulate QCraft and Kowa for the inauguration of the mini bars applications. And these applications are successfully tested and have conducted some pilot runs in some of the cities in China. You can see that for autonomous driving business projects, they are extensively applied and conducted in China, especially in Beijing and Wuhan. that's been given a go-ahead for the autonomous driving for the mass public. So the first question for you is that in order to ensure good compliance, what are some of the latest developments in terms of the promotion of the autonomous driving? So maybe Mr. Yu, would you please take the lead to give a comment? So I couldn't hear your voice very clearly. Anyway, I want to catch up a little bit. This year, ever since this year, the commercialization project is implemented one after another in China. We can see really apparent and a proactive trend in China. We are really at a very interesting and a critical point where we are embracing a new tomorrow for the launching of more autonomous driving vehicles. For example, this July in Yizhuang, the first initial project for autonomous driving pilot runs is conducted. And also just now you have mentioned about Chongqing and Wuhan back to Shenzhen. Also, some regulations were promulgated to cancel some of the restrictions over the growth and launch of the autonomous driving strategies and the technologies. They are quite conducive to the promulgation of some relevant regulations. And it is the first time for us to clarify that the autonomous driving technologies can be applied for the passenger vehicles or for some public transportational vehicles, including taxis and other vehicle scenarios. It is really a piece of good news because we are really moving ahead with a big stride in this direction of mass application. Having said all that, we still have to see that indeed, admittedly, it has lowered the bars of entry from many of the likely clients and players to cover niche from the future market. Yes, indeed, we are quite excited about the policies and the new horizons. It can really pave the way for our future commercialization of autonomous driving technologies.
Well, actually, many local governments, regional governments drafted policies to allow the autonomous driving companies to apply the technologies in commercial operation. So this is, this really helps to accelerate the development of the autonomous driving technologies and its commercial application. Mr. He. I have some additional remarks to make. In a nationwide background, there are multidimensional policies. We're talking about the national policy. The national strategy, the most important national strategy is the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. For technology companies in China, we must find the right path for the rapid development. We're talking about the hardcore technologies like artificial intelligence and biological technologies. We must find a shortcut to surpass our international competitors. Artificial intelligence requires data. Data requires scenario or application scenarios. Well, it's just like the development of internet. The rapid development of internet is solidly based on the huge population. That's why we can support the rapid development of the internet because the huge population generate a large amount of data. But for AI type applications, we got scenarios in China. As long as we have scenario, we have the data to feed the development of AI. This is an opportunity for us to take the shortcut to surpass our competitors. Guided by national, well, actually, we're sober-minded that the advantage of China is the sophistication of the scenarios. So what can the regional government do or local government do? So under the umbrella of the national policies, the power of legislation to put autonomous driving vehicles on the road is vested with the local authorities or local government. The pilot trials of autonomous driving as well as the commercialization of autonomous driving is the power vested with the local government. So the local government will open up more and more application scenarios for the autonomous driving based on the consideration of the development of existing industries. Autonomous driving technologies will help to boost the development of some traditional industries in specific locality. Test driving, pilot commercialization, and full commercialization, these are the 3 steps we would take in terms of the application of autonomous driving technology. Sometimes local governments are very accommodative of the autonomous driving technologies. They even allow you to do some test driving or some trials without the existence of proper legislation. Later on, the local government will make laws and regulations according to the result of the test and pilot projects. Some local governments focuses on industrial development. Some local governments focuses on the completeness of legislation, and some local governments focus on the completeness of regulatory environment. So regulation, legislation, policies. I believe all these things will supplement and complement each other to establish a full-fledged regulatory framework for the development of autonomous driving industry. So can you elaborate on your latest development in the commercialization of your autonomous driving technologies? Let's start with Mr. We're focusing on the autonomous driving in an urban environment. So in the urban scenario, there were 4 subcategories. Robot taxing, municipal vehicles, and logistics. So when we focus on urban scenario, we try to understand the availability of the commercialization of the robot taxing in all the 4 application scenarios in an urban scenario. We're trying to see how relevant our technologies is to the application scenarios. But let's say if we introduce the autonomous driving in a specific or in a certain scenario, that will deliver impact on the existing industries in this sector. Urban logistics and municipal vehicles are the areas that are suitable for autonomous driving technology. Urban logistics and municipal vehicles, they definitely are dependent on autonomous driving technologies, because the introduction of these new technologies will considerably improve the efficiency of the operation in these two sectors. The technology will not only replace the human drivers themselves. As to urban logistics and municipal vehicles, well, the introduction of autonomous technologies will really improve the operational efficiency in these two sectors. The crux of the matter. As to robobus, it will still take a very long time for a robotaxi to be fully matured, to be a fully matured service. A robobus is a precursor to robotaxi. It's a very good model for trial and error at the early stage.
robobus 的一个司机，实际上他要平均时间段内，他要载的乘客数是比较多的，特别是大的 bus， 那 mini bus 还好。
For robobus, in one round of transportation, it will take a lot of passengers.
每个乘客他所
well, let's say for high speed train or for aeroplanes, whether or not you have a pilot in position will not affect the general cost to a very large extent, because this kind of transportation of vehicles can accommodate a large amount of passengers. So for each passengers, they just need to pay a little more for the hiring of a pilot. But we're still focusing on local robot bus, not because robot bus is heavily dependent upon autonomous driving technology, but we think that it's a very good precursor to robotaxi. At the early stage, we applied autonomous driving technologies to sweepers. Our users are encouraged us to help them to fix some problems, address some issues. No, actually, we deployed our technologies in more than 30 cities in China, like Shanghai, Xi'an, Changsha, Chengdu, and Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and Hengqin region. Indeed, we deployed autonomous driving sweeper and put them into commercial operations in Hengqin as early as 2018. As to urban logistics, in Wuhu, in Shanghai, and in Chengdu, we applied the technologies to robobus. We applied autonomous driving technologies in Wuhu, Shanghai, and Changsha. So these are the three vertical scenarios. In urban environment, we will push very hard the commercialization of these three sectors. Qcraft, I tried your mini bus in Suzhou last year, and I know that you deployed your mini bus in commercial operation in 10 cities. So how's everything going on as to the aspect of commercialization? So at the beginning of the founding of the company, we believe that we must combine the development of technologies with application, commercial application. But there is still a huge divide between autonomous driving technology and commercialization. We need to bridge the gap so that these technologies can be applied in commercial scenarios, so that we can gradually apply the autonomous driving technologies to a wider range of domain. Well, actually, talking about the robotaxi, we're a leading position in terms of the sophistication of technology. But I believe it will still take us 5 to 10 years to reach the full maturity of robotaxi technologies. So we need to develop our own autonomous driving technologies that will fit in the local context in China. The Chinese government is interested in the overall improvement of the efficiency in our transportation infrastructure. So there's a national strategy to give priority to public transportation. But apart from high-speed train and metro lines, there's still much room for improvement in terms of the efficiency in the transportational operation within a short distance, let's say 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The taxi vacancy is still very high in short distance transportation, and for the public buses, the passenger rate is not very high. Sometimes during a certain period of time in a day, and for some taxis, it will take them even longer time to find a parking lot than actually operating to offer taxi services. So definitely there's a pain point in the short distance mobility service area. We want to connect the office building with communities, with shopping malls. This is a collective problem, not just for any individuals. So as long as we can design some good solutions, it will improve the overall efficiency of the short distance transportational services. We have the technology, we have the technological backbone to support our robust business in many cities in China. Because for short distance transportation, speed is not that high. The transportation speed is not that high. The environment is, well, relatively restricted. So I believe the application of technologies in these areas will help to improve the efficiency of the urban mobility to a very large extent.
So it can really trigger a type of a hybrid systems. We can combine both the individual mobility with that of the public transportation. Currently, over some frontline cities or tier 1 cities like Beijing, Shenzhen, or some new tier 1 cities like Wuxi, there have been a lot of experiences accumulated so far. Some practical needs can be further expected to be met. But at the same time, we can expect to get more support for the diversity of our data collection. In other words, if this project can be fully implemented, I think it can give us a better chance and a faster speed at which we can get more feedbacks in outside of China, like Cruise or Waymo. They launched the first type of service providers quite similar to our robots, especially could be applicable that are expected to be applicable over some road conditions of those city or urban areas. This can really dovetail into that of the Chinese context. This is one aspect of our business endeavor. Secondly, talking about our underlying capabilities in the so-called ADAS systems, there could be some extension of our lines, and what we tend to do is to ensure that more compatibilities could be the reality. So we have launched our TQB4 requirement that could be expected to be applicable over the passenger vehicles. This is also a very important milestone of our commercialization initiative. So through the above mentioned projects, we have got really good conditions to support our future commercialization. Yes, indeed. Autonomous driving is always regarded as the big bottleneck technology covering all aspects, including management, governance, control, and monitoring. So for large-scale application, in your opinion, what are some of the technological breakthroughs that should be expected, Mr. Yu? Level 4 autonomous driving or high-level degree of autonomous driving, the biggest issue is the last 1%. So long as the ODD is becoming larger, the final cost issue will become even more keenly felt. That's why it takes a long time for the Dapeng project to be implemented to the letter. So in our opinions, the vertical areas are the first spectrum where those technologies can be implemented. But for the resolution of these issues, we have to depend very heavily on the huge inflow of data. So the more, the better. Data-driven environment can be expected to solve these problems once and for all. We need to open some new channels rather than only building a ladder to connect the two links. What we have been doing so far is intended to solve the problems and ease the tensions. So also this is something that we have been doing already to fulfill the large-scale application of technologies across the board. Just now, you also mentioned about the perceptions and controls and many others. So they can also be expected to be solved through the data collections and the data aggrandization. So high efficient perception will be the future directions. So large-scale, full spectrum visibilities could be the reality in the near future. But in China, judging from the complexities of the road conditions and the transportational complexities, and there are a diversity of the participants and the factors, contributors, like passengers and vehicles and the road conditions. We are the first in this industry to initiate the concept that will be much more applicable and acceptable in the Chinese context. It is fair to say that we are the first in this industry to do so. By doing everything as I've just mentioned, it can basically guarantee what we plan to do could be implemented to the last mile. Many things, including sensors, computational powers, algorithms, are all equally important. AD will be a motif ecosystem. It requires all relevant industries to improve at the same time to cope with this future growth. Hence, the highest attention attached by the government to AD. For example, for sensor, like the precise radar system, the cost is down from several dozens of thousands of US dollars to a couple of dozens of dollars now. And also there's a high degree of integration of various sensors on one small piece of chip, on a very small footprint, not to mention the co-concurrence of some relevant and parallel technologies. They are all really good news and also benefits to ensure that those businesses involved in this regard can embrace a bright tomorrow. However, for some long-term business perspective, I think probably we can lose sight of the bigger picture. So, Mr. He, you are the expert at autonomous self-control, right? So in my eyes, what are some of the bottleneck issues and what are some of the future trends? Let's see how these technologies can be regarded as really a revolutionary success. It has a lot to do with the rhythm or the tempo at which we develop. Meaning, for industry to develop, many factors will be at play, including human factor, asset factor, financial factor, policies, and environment, and regulatory environment. So everything will be conducive enough to ensure the upgrading and uplifting of the current generation of proficiencies and complexity. So if we can do so, that will be converted into something really huge and quite marvelous. But judging from the current environment, if you follow the current logic, we will see that some useful factors need to be fed in the first place. First of all, data. What will be the source of data? We found that the L4 under limited or restricted scenarios, current algorithms can hopefully seek to solve these problems. We can bypass some unforeseeable common issues or something that can be foreseeable but not likely to be solved within the near future. So if we can really bypass these issues, then autonomous driving can only be confined within some limited conditions with some limited environment for road conditions, climate conditions, and weather conditions. So indeed, when everything will be constrained within a certain small area, that could be a reality. However, if that's what we call L4 level of autonomous driving, data will be critical. How to ensure you can get support from the feeding in of data? What will be the efficiency as a result of the transformation from data into real productivities? If you take a look at Apollo from Baidu or Apollo of Waymo, basically they will depend upon the road tests. However, the road test vehicles are driven largely by capital. The reason is autonomous driving taxis are not likely to be dependent purely on autonomous driving because AD cannot solve the problem of dehumanization, but the test vehicles can only work under some limited conditions. What we can do, so we can only depend upon the feeding in of more capital. That is to say, we have to put the tester or the testing vehicles, and also we have to put a lot of redundancy equipments on the car, like some sensors. So this will be possible to collect as much information as possible. But in the longer run, it has to be dependent upon some input of financial capitals. For Waymo and for Google, it has a so-called cash cow business driven by Baidu or some relevant technologies, portfolios, or the platforms. But for some other companies, they can only depend simply or purely on financing. Conversely speaking, some companies would depend not purely on the capital-driven road tests, but rather they are quite optimistic about some vertical industries. and they will put these vehicles into those vertical industries to trade in their financial values or to reap profits. But on the other hand, they can get as much information or data from that process. The main process is through the exflow of products. But the big problem is whether those products can be well received in the mass public. So seemingly it is not driven by capital, but intrinsically speaking, it is largely driven by your perceptions and your insights about the entire industry for the improvement of efficiencies. So if the second modality becomes a reality, it is more applicable for those new startup companies, like some innovative entrepreneur companies. In other words, when capital is not likely to be the biggest restraint, they could seek to take some new opportunities out of the current scenario where they can really get more information constantly from this process. So under this scenario number 2, another natural issue is indeed data can be driven because of your product. But later on, you will find that for autonomous driving, AD is not likely to be something that is pursued by the industry per se. AD is more likely to be a vehicle for the operators to reduce the cost even further. The real users might not necessarily use the technologies of AD per se. So be it a robotaxi or robobus or logistics, what the users need, the comfort of a service, to be frank. The security or the safety or the cost issues of transportation.
So autonomous driving technology is a way to reduce operational costs. So there is a huge divide if you cannot bridge the gap. Well, it will be impossible for you to obtain data by providing products or technologies. Because you really need to bridge the gap between the digital technologies and the real demands and real needs of the consumers. For an autonomous driving company, if they're not all in robo taxi and make investment in other areas, they need to take 2 paths. So first of all, they need to be committed to the platform technologies. We don't think there is a the division between low speed scenario, high speed scenario, especially in urban scenario. Robotaxing is equivalent to the platform technology. And the other path is they must focus on some vertical industry. And they must offer the cloud-based platforms or softwares that are related to management and operation in those vertical industries. All those cloud-based platforms will be able to connect all these intelligent devices and intelligent vehicles and provide a holistic solutions to consumers or users. That is the right way to satisfy the needs of the users. The urban logistics is not a point-to-point mobility or transportation. So how to coordinate between the upload and unload process? Autonomous driving can offer point-to-point mobility, autonomous mobility, But actually, our users need more than point-to-point transportation and point-to-point mobility. What they need is a holistic solution that covers the entirety of the logistic process. So we need to offer a cloud-based platform. This platform should be deeply embedded into each and every link in this logistic process. Otherwise, well, our users resort back to manned vehicles because it's a lot easier to manage. As to the scenario of sweepers, actually, autonomous driving can only ensure that these sweepers can move autonomously from point A to point B. But for any sweeper, they need to take in the garbage, unload the garbage, replenish the water. So this is a whole scenario application of the sweeper. In different scenarios, each and every sweeper has its own mission to fulfill. So we need to connect all these sweepers together. We need to give a coordinated algorithms to manage the entire sweeper fleet so that we can offer autonomous management of this fleet in different conditions. So without that holistic solutions, your autonomous driving technologies is useless to the users. I don't think autonomous driving technology itself alone is commercially viable to the users at the current stage. Let's assume that if we can really bridge the gap between autonomous driving technologies and the real demands and needs of the users, then we can move up to the next stage, that is to improve the efficiency of the data cycling. Data is not about efficiency. We want to improve the quality of the data. And the quality of the data is heavily dependent upon the existing sensors. Let's say if there is no convergence of the sensors, so all the backend algorithms will have to go through the upgrade continuously. The laser radar and flash lens or laser radar, they get the data in different forms. Because of their the scanning model for linear radar, they operate linearly sweeps the range, and for flash radar, they sweep 2 dimensions at one time. So different types of radar scan the environment in different ways. So the data structures and data intensities varies from one type of laser to another. If there's a lack of proper coupling relations between, let's say, your camera data and the data captured by the lasers, well, probably you have to come up with a very sophisticated algorithm. Any changes in the data structure captured by any sensors would result in a significant change in the backend algorithm. We need to have a very strong substrate capabilities and abilities. So every year we can see that there's a significant upgrade of sensors, even for laser radar and the emitting diodes. There is tremendous changes taking place in these areas. once there emerges the convergence of these hardware sensors, we will quickly develop the algorithm that can accommodate this stabilized hardware structure. Well, before 2020, the market is still not yet, or the hardwares were not there yet, not ready yet. Maybe next year, the static laser will come into the center of attention soon. We have to raise the level of preparedness for ourselves. Or let's say if the static laser become the mainstay of the hardware, we'll very quickly upgrade our algorithm according to that kind of hardware. So we need to, well, do our homework well. We need to strengthen our substrate, our basic abilities and capabilities. Last but not least, computational platform. Together with NVIDIA, we're working with them strategically. There's an embarrassing issue is that if you want to deploy your technology in a vertical industry, probably you can't enjoy the dividends of these computational platforms when applied to commercially operated vehicles. For L4 autonomous driving, it cannot benefit from the commercially operated vehicles or the development of this type of commercial vehicles, because most of the commercial vehicles, they're still at L3 level of autonomous driving. The maximum computational capacity can only meet the demands of L3 autonomous driving so far. There's not enough computational capabilities or computational capacities to accommodate L4, level 4 autonomous driving. If you make an investment in all-in or the multiplication of models, I still don't believe that there will be enough computational capacity for L4 autonomous driving. We'll be working with Beiqi and Cherry and other domestic OEMs, trying to design the algorithm as well as the computational capacity to come up with a standardized computational platform for vehicle standard system. The companies in different industries, you can obtain data through deploying products or through massive investment. I believe you have to take a lot of problems in the whole process before you can really acquire the data. And also need to establish a very strong basic capability or capacity. We need to develop our own technologies, and at the same time, we have to make sure that we can collaborate with our suppliers and the surrounding industries. If there's not appropriate sensors, your advanced algorithms cannot dovetail with that hardware. So these hardwares are changing all the time. So we have to accommodate our algorithm with the development of the hardware. So we can't be too fast or too slow, as long as you got these cloud-based resources and these basic capabilities. You need to finalize the hardware. If there's no existing industries that can manufacture the hardware that you need, you have to create that industry by yourself. Anything Qcraft would like to add in this regard? Mr. Hurd has elaborated on this point for a long time, and I don't have any specific things to add. But Mr. Hurd has talked a lot about the financing issues for autonomous driving. Actually, there is a investment hype for autonomous driving a couple of years ago. Now the investors cooled down a little bit. Some experts said that the high-level autonomous driving technologies are developing at a pace faster than we'd expected. The GM said that by 2025, the autonomous driving technologies will generate an extra of $1 billion of revenue for GM. And for big companies, they don't have any big bottleneck issues with regard to the development of autonomous driving technologies. So what's your observations on that point, Mr. Yu? Well, I think 2025 is a critical year. First, Waymo and other top autonomous driving companies, they're deploying their technologies in the United States, especially in San Francisco, and they're doing pretty well and growing fast. My forecast is that in 2025 or 2026, there will be some sort of application of a robot taxi or commercial operation of a robot taxi in some cities in the United States, let's say San Francisco. It's something we should look forward to. So most of these technologies not commercialized in high-speed scenario, but in an urban scenario. The average speed is about 25 to 40 miles per hour. I believe there is much room for the application of L4 autonomous driving technologies. Of course, there are a lot of technical difficulties in this area, but I still believe that there is a promising market for L4 autonomous driving technologies. Well, in the United States, the labor cost is higher than that in China, and the road condition in the United States would be simpler than that in China. The traffic participants observe the traffic rules better than the traffic participants in China. I believe that robotaxi will be deployed faster in the United States than in China. And I believe that deployment of this robotaxi in the United States will encourage the development of the industry in other parts of the world, including China.
Just now, I also mentioned that probably some people will be pessimistic about some underachievement over the recent few cases, but myself is quite optimistic about the long-haul growth in the future, especially with the implementation of some relevant policies before the year 2025. And also talking about the mass production cars. Some policies have already given a go-ahead to some sensor components over some key platforms of the AD industry. This is something quite good for the future. In other words, for the mass production cars, this will help us to upgrade the current capabilities of algorithms based upon the commercially applicable cars. For example, like the LiDAR system, there will be some critical time frame along which more needs to be done to support the future mass production of relevant car models. And the more mass production will help to reduce the cost even further. And conversely, it can help us to enhance the computational powers of the platform. Also, we can help to collect as much information and data from urban driving environment Level 4 can thus be further expected to be upgraded to a new high. We can use the technologies and feedbacks from the application of these technologies to the research over some other categories of vehicles. For L4 and robust, they can be perfect environments in which we can seek to apply those technologies. And by those technologies and advantages, we can seek to provide much better vehicle products with much better properties to our customers with a higher degree of autonomous driving. So what's your view? What's your take on that, Mr. He? So if you are referring to the impacts of the after financing stage over ID, it is fair to say that assets are there to create an environment where we can get enough capitals as a key element of all the relevant components to support the growth of this industry in the first place. Because my reason is it is difficult for commercialization to be fulfilled before anything else. So we need more than ever the input of capitals to give an impetus to grow such a model. But just now we have also talked a lot about the so-called the growth period for the capital inflow is already over, especially now in the so-called post-COVID era. Capitals are more valued or overvalued compared with what it used to be regarded as undervalued portfolio. For financing to be fulfilled, it will pay critical attention to the real business values behind what you propose. In the past, we use money to get our customers. For these also, we use capitals to collect information and data. Similarly, we get our customers to win our clients. This period is already over, and also now we are ushering into the second stage where we can ensure the scale of economy to construct a business model that is regarded as successful. Eventually, we have to strike a balance between profit and cost. In other words, we are not as patient as what we used to be. So from this perspective, it is not conducive to the growth of the OED, because L4AD, autonomous driving, is not up to such a point where there could be a clear future to generate a clear benefit. Later on, we will find that there could be some different pathways for different companies of different categories. For robotaxis, there will be a high degree of difficulty for financing, especially for L4AD technologies. The second difficulty will lie in the vertical integration of industries. So the players in this sector will care more about how you can couple with those vertical players to form a so-called scale of economy within a short period of time. We are also fine-tuning our strategies, and also we are quick in adapting to this environment. So how we can have a clear understanding as to where are the most optimal areas in which autonomous driving could be supportive enough to forecast into a predictable future, rather than only depending upon the current factors that can only lead towards an uncertain future. Secondly, for the current technologies, we are busy integrating and mingling with all these technologies. For passenger car vehicles or commercial vehicles, in a short period of time, we will care more about how they can be put together and how they can be empowered to be economically viable. and what are some of the benefits we can seek to drive from the business perspective. So whether or not these technologies can be fully opened or can be fully available is dependent upon whether we can regain confidence as a result of the input of those factors. This can help us to re-see the ever upgrading of our technologies that can be fully representable over some vertical chains, so that we can really see the future that can give us more chance of being optimistic about the future. So this will also cover the entire industries, including robotaxis and other industries. So last question. So how to take a look at those current difficulties, like difficulties involving fail to apply for a license and difficult to predict the damage or loss in case of an accident. So what are some of the possible breakthroughs of policies or innovations that will help us to predict the future clearly and precisely? For L2++ business, I think the policies is quite agreeable and quite stable. So the liabilities and obligations distribution is quite clear. But talking about L4, indeed, there are some policy restrictions. Our expectations are, first of all, hopefully, we can ensure its full legalization as early as possible. Indeed, we have seen a lot of opinions aired and also issued from different parties, and these opinions will help us to drive forward the trend towards a much more clear category of products, what we call examination approval in the wake of identification and approval. Secondly, to identify the main objects for liabilities and obligations for L4 driving models. Yes, so the responsibilities distribution and also the clear identification of obligations among different parties is still a key area of clarification for the future. Thirdly, for the third-party charging or billing service, we hope that commercialization fee charging can become a reality. Now we have seen some pilot cases in Shanghai and in Beijing. Hopefully in the future, there could be more areas who can be fully authorized to give a special right of obtaining some licenses to take the road for easing the restrictions over charging services in the businesses. Last but not least, we can seek to further expand the scenarios and the conditions at which we can use those technologies. We can expand the road conditions and also road test conditions and environments through verifications, validations, and some key components. Indeed, now we are really quick enough to work on that front, but these are the areas in which currently we can see possibilities of quick resolution. So I want to add two more points. First of all, we really indeed invite the entire industry to work for this front. For autonomous driving, for example, the entry-level license is there to allow more people to participate into this process. But at the same time, We hope that there could be, as someone said, entry first before examination and inspection later. So this will prevent us from such a condition where a lot of people will be barred from access into this industry because of the approval systems loopholes. From the perspective of the industry, I want to say that different companies will bring about their own business opinions, and these opinions will be conducive enough to help us to build a mature industry. The second point is also a relevant factor for the scenario opening. It is very important, but for the opening of scenarios or scenes, the supporting elements will be relying on the local governments. For AB, it will reshape the entire landscape. But such a reshaping process will reshape the original configuration of the interested parties. But you have to stand from the perspective of a much more macro point to create at least a fair and equitable battlefield or playground. I think that the current traditional system is more focusing on the traditional entrance or the players. The traditional examination and the sifting process is there for you to identify your key advantages through various forms like negotiations, dialogues, and so on and so forth. But in the process, you can see that there are many restrictions that could be broken down. This will not be so healthy for the entry or the participation of those really new clients or new customers. So I hope in the future, we can really break away from these confines that tends to keep those newcomers at bay. There could be different priorities put on different businesses. This will help us to level the playground.
未来我们希望能够看到越来越多的无人车行驶在中国的道路上。那就感谢二位。
Due to the time limitation, let's call it a day. Thank you very much.
はじめまして、私、ジャーナリストの高口光太と申します。今日はイオンモール中国のですね、橋本社長に、改めてイオンが中国を中心にですね、取り組んでいるオープンイノベーションについて、どのような取り組みを、なされていくのか、何を目標とされているのか、お伺いしていきたいと思います。橋本社長、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。イオンモール中国の橋本と申します。今年は日中国交正常化50周年ということで、そういった機会にこのような日中の競争のオープンイノベーションを進めることを大変嬉しく思っております。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。私はですね、日本で鳥取県というちょっと田舎の出身でですね、そうすると鳥取には鳥取市と米子市の2つに巨大なイオンモールがありまして、すごい通わせていただいた記憶があるのと、あと、中国では天津を拠点にしていたんですけど、天津にもすごく大きなですね、イオンモールがございまして、すごい品揃えであったりとか、ユーザー体験であったりとか、大変中国に数あるショッピングセンターの中でも日本のイオンは負けてないぞというのはちょっと誇りに思う部分もあるんですけれども、イオンは中国ではどういう今どのような事業をなさっているのか簡単に教えていただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
はい。イオンモールはですね、日本のイオングループの中で、ショッピングセンターの開発事業をしております。そのショッピングセンターを開発して、あとはテナントさんを誘致したり、あとはグループ会社のイオンの GMS であったり、スーパーマーケットであったり、あとはイオングループのゲームセンターのイオンファンタジーとか、そういったものと合わせて、ショッピングセンターを築いてきています。そうですね、天津、北京、あとは山東、湖北、江蘇、関東、このエリアに今集中的に出店をしているという状況です。
なるほどです。今回オープンイノベーションの発表をなされるということなんですけれども、イオンさんはですね、オープンイノベーションの取り組み、実は中国が初めてではなくて、他の地域でもすでに実施されてたり、今後予定があると伺っているんですけれども、ちょっと全体的な状況っていうのはどういうふうになっているのか、簡単にお伺いできれば。
はい。そうですね。今回、中国でさせていただく前に、約1年ぐらい前だと思うんですけど、日本でも同じようにオープンイノベーションを進めておりまして、今実際、企業様とコミュニケーションを取って、今後どうしていくのかっていうような、詰めのお話をしているところです。で、海外でいきますと、中国がこの取り組みは初めてなんですけども、他の国で、例えばカンボジアとかですと、物流の港をですね、開拓する一環の中で、外資系企業ということで、当社もですね、物流倉庫をですね、やってみたいというふうに手を挙げたところ、今現在港の方にですね、物流倉庫の事業として今後展開できるように、土地と、今着工しているところなんですけども、進めているということで、新たな事業ということでいきますと、カンボジアも今並行して動いております。
なるほど。なんかイオンさんについてですね、多分私もそうですけど、みんなが持ってるイメージっていうと、地方にある大きなショッピングセンターで安心できる場所っていうようなイメージであって、オープンイノベーションっていうかっこいいというか、やたらエッジが効いた切り口とはちょっとかけ離れた存在のようにね、思う印象を持つ方も結構いるんじゃないかなと思うんですけれども、今改めて日本でも中国でもオープンイノベーションを始める、あるいは東南アジアでもそういった新しい切り口を持って取り組みを始めているというのは、これどういう目的といいますか、なぜこのタイミングでオープンイノベーションに取り組みをしなければいけないんだということをお考えになっているんでしょうか。
はい。ショッピングセンターの事業っていうのは、おそらくアメリカで発祥して、だいたい100年ぐらい経過しているビジネスモデルだと思うんですね。でそれが今まで物を売るということを中心にして、テナントを集積して、ワンストップショッピングということで、ビジネス機会を創出してきたんですけども、昨今やっぱり EC の展開であるとか、他の、新規参入者 であるとか、かなり競争が激化している中で、もうすでに数年前から、新たな事業については検討を進めていくべきという認識はありました。そこに来て、やはり現在ですね、このコロナにおいて、商環境がかなり一変をしてしまいましたので、今こそですね、新しい事業ということについても、考えるべきではないかと。で、これは単純に全く関係ない新しい事業というだけではなくて、既存のショッピングセンターの用途であるとか、機能であるとかということに関しても、やはり社内でずっと考え続けていても、どうしても既存事業の枠からなかなか離れきれないということがありまして、現在昨今非常にベンチャー企業であるとか、若い経営者の方々が新規のビジネスを始められているということを聞くにあたりですね、そういったノウハウを一緒になってですね、ショッピングセンターの新しい未来ということで、一緒に検討できないかなということで、今回の参加に至ります。
なるほど。もう、イオン様というと、日本屈指の大企業というわけで、非常にちゃんとしているというか、安定している部分もある側面、それを崩してくれるような野蛮な力っていうと、ちょっと言い過ぎかもしれませんけども、中国ではこの野蛮、イエマンっていうのは、なんかいい意味でも悪い意味でも使われたりするんですけど、そういう荒々しい発想であったり、ちょっと面白い、今までのイオンの中から出てこないような発想を取り込んでいきたいっていうのが、この回、オープンイノベーションを取り組んでいる、大きな理由ということなわけですね。非常によく分かりました。でですね、日本でも去年から始められたということなんですけども、今回、中国で世界的に見ると初めてオープンイノベーションを始めるっていうことなんですけれども、いつからこの中国ではスタートする予定っていうのは、お伺いしてもよろしいですか？
はい。そちらの募集に関してはですね、もう今からスタートになります。
今から。なるほど。
はい。ここからですね、スタートをいたしまして、ぜひ多くの応募をいただきたいんですけども、私たちとその後ですね、しっかりお話をさせていただきまして、ぜひ新しいショッピングセンターの方に向かって進めていきたいというふうに思っています。
日本でも中国でもオープンイノベーションの取り組みを、なされるということなんですけれども、日本と違って中国のオープンイノベーションにはどのようなことを期待されているんでしょうか？
はい。皆さんが簡単に想像できるのはテック系の話だと思います。でもちろんそういったものにも期待してますし、あとは過去すごく製造大国というふうな形で発展されてきた中国の各企業の方々、そういった方々の過去培った技術であるとか、そういったものについても今別の形でおそらく発展されてるっていうだろうなというふうにも思いますし、そういったものもぜひ取り入れていきたいなというふうにも思います。それともう一方ですね、やはりスピード感というふうによく言われますけども、一つは決断するためのことの決断することに対するスピードと、あとは判断する、なんですかね、その結果についてイエスかノーかジャッジするスピード感と、あとは展開するぞとなった時の展開スピードといった、そういった全体的なスピード感というものも私どもの中でぜひ取り込んでですね、やっていきたいなというふうに思います。日系企業、日本企業だと、すごく検討に時間がかかりますので、だいたい1年ぐらいかけてワンチャレンジっていう状況が、中国の場合だとですね、そういったスピード感を取り組むことによって、1回、日系企業、日本でチャレンジする間に、中国だと2回ぐらい、チャレンジができるんじゃないかなというふうに思います。そういった経験値をですね、蓄えていくっていうことも、我々としても、今回取り組む意義があるんではないかなというふうに思っております。
なるほど。中国では日本の2倍以上のスピードで、試行錯誤ができる。そこからですね、新たなイノベーションが見つけられるんじゃないかっていう、期待があるっていうことですね。それ、非常によくわかるなというふうに思います。 で、実際日本もですね、中国で生まれたイノベーションといいますか、中国でかなり実証実験をしたものをですね、取り入れてきてるんじゃないかなというふうに思うんですね。私は普段は東京で暮らしているんですけれども、セルフレジであったりとかですね、あるいはアプリを使った会員管理であるとか、小売りの分野に関してもですね、数年前は中国にこんなものがあるんだ、日本にはないなと思ってたものが、今どんどん日本にも取り入れられてきているという。で、中国で確認されたものが、実験されたものがですね、日本に、しっかりと根付くっていう流れが実はできているんじゃないかなと思いまして、日本と中国に同時に展開されている、リテールの優であるですね、イオンさんに関しては、そういう中国で確認して日本で持っていくってことについては、すでにもう経験が終わりなんじゃないかなというふうに思うんですけれども、実際そういう感触というか、そういう流れでやってみてうまくいったなということっていうのはありますでしょうか？
そうですね。やはりコロナ禍においてですね、中国が最初ロックダウンをされて、都市封鎖があってということで、ライブコマースっていうんですかね、EC をちょっと瞬間的にちょっと立ち上げて、ライブコマースなんかを結構、実施していたんですけども、やはりそのライブコマースの、ライブコマースをやるということと、あとそのやり方ですね。中国で例えば顔の前に丸いライトを置いて作成したりだとか、そういった本当に店員さんがですね、元気よく売り込んでいくっていうような、そういう姿をですね、中国でよくやってたんですけども、そういったノウハウであるとか、それを丸ごとですね、日本でその後ですね、展開がスタートしておりまして、まさにその中国でのライブコマースを実施し、テナントさんがライブコマースをしたと、そのノウハウも含めて、そのまま丸ごとコピーっていうことにもつながりました。
なるほど。そういうちょっとした発見だったりノウハウっていうのは、日本でも使える部分がかなりあるっていうことなんですね。
そうですね。
あとですね、そのスタートアップ、先ほど中国のベンチャーについて期待されていることということの中でですね、製造大国としてのノウハウという話も出てきたんですけれども、イオンさんはそのプライベートブランドも非常にたくさん扱っておられると思うんですけれども、最近中国ではですね、中国ブランド、食品にしてもアパレルにしても化粧品にしてもですね、大変多くの中国国産ブランドみたいなものが出てきていると思うんですね。で、今までどちらかというと日本の多くの人に認められた先進国のブランドを中国に売るっていうイメージだったと思うんですけれども、中国の製造力で作られたもの、あるいはその中国のブランドをイオンを通じてまた日本に持ってくるような流れ、こちらもこういう実際に物を作る、販売する商品の中身に関しても、そのオープンイノベーションであったりとか、中国ベンチャーとの協業の中で何かできそうな気配っていうのを感じておられるんでしょうか？
そうですね。私どもは不動産事業になっておりますので、ちょっと直接的にはなかなか難しいと思うんですけども、例えば、中国の新しいテック家電、シャオミさんなんかは特にあると思うんですけど、そういったものを日本に展開するとかですね、そういったことは十分あり得ると思いますし、あとはイオンの GMS 小売事業の方とですね、結びつけていくっていうことも今後可能ではないかなというふうに思っています。
なるほどです。イオンさんのですね、今、新たな取り組みをバンバンやっているわけですけれども、一方でといいますか、中国の中を見渡すとですね、小売りというかショッピングセンターがすごく元気だなっていう印象を持っていまして、毎年毎年新しく巨大なショッピングセンターが大量に生み出されるというのは比較的前からずっと続いてたと思うんですけど、それだけじゃなくて、非常に人に訴えかける力があるといいますか、人を集める力を持った能力がある、そして実際に売り上げもすごい金額のショッピングセンターが次々と登場しているという状況だと思うんですよね。こういう今の中国のショッピングセンター業界はなぜこんなに活力があるのか、 で、その中でイオンというのは今どういうポジションにあるのかっていうのをちょっとお伺いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
はい。まずイオンモールにつきましては、2008年に北京に初出店いたしまして、で今現在で22箇所のショッピングセンターを開発しています。で2008年の頃っていうのは、そのショッピングセンターっていうものがなんていうんですかね、体系化されたというよりは、百貨店というか、そういったものが小売りのおそらく主役だったんだろうなっていう中で、それからですね、どんどんやっぱりマンションを建てるときに、新しい街でマンションを建てるときに、ショッピングセンターが必要ですと、生活者のためにということで、各不動産企業さんがショッピングセンターを建て始めて、その中でいろいろなノウハウを蓄積されて、本当に今現在ではですね、当初2008年の頃は私どもも日本のコピーをして出店すればそれで事業に成り立ったんですけども、逆にものすごく多くの協業の中でですね、いかにこのイオンモールらしさを出すかっていうところが非常に大きな課題になってきています。で、先ほどおっしゃったような中国ブランドの台頭というのが国潮とかですね、そういったトレンド感がある中で、我々として日系の商業施設運営会社として、どういうふうに差別化をしていくのかっていうところは、非常に今においてはですね、特徴づける意味では、あまり差別化しにくい状況になってきています。で、そのショッピングセンターの、集客力についてもですね、やはり非常に中国でのIP ですかね、キャラクターであるとか、そういったものを非常に、国産 IP をですね、活用されたりとか、非常になんていうんですか、個性豊かな展開をされている、商業施設も増えてますし、ダーカーデンですかね、そういったインスタ映えスポットみたいなものを非常に多く作られて、それで話題性を作るとかですね、我々も非常に勉強になるなというところはございます。で、そういう厳しい環境の中だからこそ我々としても独自性をさらに出していきたいということで、さらなるちょっと進化をですね、つけていきたいなということで、今回応募させていただいたのも、そういった既存事業の進化につながればなというところも、片方としてはございますね。
イオンさんと、私の目から見るとですね、今現在も中国においてはですね、品質管理であるとか、あるいは食品の品質であるとか、しかも特に中食の魅力であるとか、そういったものについてはですね、非常に中国でもトップクラスの能力があると、私は勝手に思っているわけですけれども、それに加えて、ただライバルも強力なだけに何かまた新しいものを見つけなきゃいけないっていうふうに考えたときに、イオンの中にあるものをレベルアップするだけではなくて、イオンにない発想をオープンイノベーションで求めていくっていうのは非常に面白いというか、非連続的発展というふうに言えばいいんでしょうかね。今あるものを少しずつレベルアップさせていくんではなくて、全くないものをちょっと求めてみたいっていう大きなチャレンジを求められている。特にそのコロナ禍という厳しい状況もあり、さらに、中国の激烈な競争変化っていうものもあって、そういう取り組みをされているっていうのは非常に興味深く伺わせてもらっております。すみません、いろいろ勝手にお伺いしているんですけれども、もう一つ大事なお話というかお伺いしたいなというふうに思っているんですけれども、今回ですね、オープンイノベーションであったりとか、その中国での取り組みの一つについてですね、イオンさんの考えるそのローカルっていうことを大事にしていきたいんだ、価値を持ちたいんだっていうことを結構おっしゃっておられるというふうに伺っています。でですね、マンション作るにあたって、敷設のショッピングセンターが今、中国では作られているんだっていうことでしたけれども、イオンさんは特にですね、巨大駐車場を持って、かなり広い商圏を持って、お客さんを集めていらっしゃるっていう点では、結構中国の中では意外とユニークなんじゃないかなと僕は勝手に思っているんですけれども、そういった部分も、そのモータリゼーションの形態も含めたですね、イオンさんはローカルを中国でどう定義しているのか、そして どのようにそのローカルという価値を、高めようといいますか、オープンイノベーションを通じて、どう変えようとしているのかということについても、ちょっとお伺いできたらと思うんですけれども。
はい。そうですね。まずローカルという、意味合いなんですけども、田舎という、イメージもありますし、逆に地方というイメージもあると思うんですけど、やはりやっぱりこの地域という意味での、ローカルですね。
なるほどです。
が立っている、周辺にお住まいの方々を、地域住民というふうに言うとすると、その一体が、ローカルということだと思います。で、そのローカルってなぜローカルなのかって言いますと、やはりそのリアル店ですので、やはりその地元のお住まいのお客様の趣味とか思考だとか、文化、そういったもともとその地域に流れていたストーリーというものの中に我々が入っていきますので、その中にいかにその生活の一部になり得るのかというようなことを考えると、やはりローカルっていうのはもう絶対追い求めないといけないだというふうに思います。で、あとはそのローカルということで、ローカライゼーションということですね。私どもも地域の方々といかにその競争環境を作っていけるか、長いお付き合いをできるかということで、いろんなイベントをやってまして、これ山東省が今活発にやってもらってるんですけども、地元で青島のですね、西海岸というところに出店してるんですけど、そこの近くで実はブルーベリーが非常に取れるんですけども、その西海岸の人たちもあまりそのことを知らないし、いうのを実はそのうちの、ショッピングセンターのスタッフが、聞きつけてですね、そのブルーベリーが特産なんですかということで、その西海岸新区のショッピングセンターでですね、ブルーベリー祭りというものをしましてですね、で、飲食店のテナントさんには、ブルーベリーを使った料理を展開していただいたり、農家の方には直産をしていただいたりということで、政府の方も巻き込んでですね、地元産のブルーベリーを攪拌して PR していくっていうイベントをやったりとか、あとは同じ、山東省の延泰というところなんですけど、ここについては無形文化財が非常にあってですね、ダンスとかですね、昔ながらのその、なんていうんですか、書道の文化だとか、そういったものがあるのを、無形文化財を、保護して、なんていうんですかね、PR していこうということで、これもショッピングセンターを使いまして、ダンスのしたり、その展示会したりとかですね、そういったことも地域に根付いた取り組みとしてやらせていただいてます。はい。
イオンを核に地域の価値を見つけ出すっていうところも、含まれる地域のしていくっていうことなんですね。あと、橋本はですね、ESG というのも非常に重要なテーマだというふうにお考えになっていると伺っている。この点、小売からできることっていうのは限定的なような気もするんですけれども、一方で大企業に、そして人類にとっても大きな課題になっているというふうにはなっているわけですけれども、この ESG についてはどのようにお考えで、どう取り込まれていこうというふうにお考えなんでしょうか。
はい。ESG というふうに、いろんな捉え方があるとは思うんですけど、人間が生きていく上で、環境と社会と、ガバナンスを国とか政治だとかっていうふうにすると、大体人間が話題にする内容ってこの3つぐらいなんじゃないかなというふうに思ってます。
なるほど。
はい。なので、至極当たり前っていうんですか、これに取り組むのは当たり前で、逆に言うと、後付けでも持ってひっつけれるぐらいの話だと思うので、非常にこれに取り組むべきっていうのはもう本当に当然だと思いますし、イオンとしてもですね、こういった人類とか平和とか地域といった、こういったものを非常に大事にしていますし、小売業は平和の象徴と言われるように、そういった過去からですね、そういったそのもの、環境問題への取り組みとか、 っていうのも非常に熱心に過去から取り組んできました。で、なかなかこれがですね、社会貢献の域を超えなかったっていうのが多分今までだとは思うんですけども、やはり今求められているのは、持続可能な発展という話でいきますと、やはり ESG っていうのを中心に置いて、それをいかに経営していくかっていうことは広く言われていることだと思いますし、その環境とか社会問題とか、そういったものに関しては、過去からやってきたノウハウっていうものもイオングループ全体にありますので、それをですね、よりこのビジネスな視点で、いかに今後事業化していくのか、継続していくのかっていうところは今求められているんだろうなというふうに思っています。
なるほど。社会貢献というような言葉で言うとですね、もう日本の会社さんはそういうことをやりましょうっていう話はもう20年、30年前から多分あったと思うんですけれども、それはどちらかというとコストセクターであって、そうではなくて、ESG っていうのは大変必要なことであるポリシーであると同時に、それがビジネスを加速させるツールにならないといけないっていうところを強く意識されているっていうことなんです。なるほどと思いつつ、すごく難しいやり方な気もするんですけれども、今回ビヨンドという大きな舞台を通じてですね、日本の会社のみならず中国、アジア圏の会社を中心にですね、いろんな起業家の方がお話を伺っていると思うんですけれども、経営のツールとしての ESG をやるときに、どこが突破口になるのかって一つヒントいただけたら。
そうですね。中国事業の、ローカルスタッフにですね、一回ヒアリングをしまして、今の今後中国において必要な、ESG っていうことの要素の中で、どういったキーワードが上がってきたかっていうと、健康とか食の安全、そういったところが上がってきたんですね。でこれはもう日本人が考えたんじゃなくて、ローカル社員がそのような結論を出したということからすると、この辺りのこの課題認識っていうのは、もう中国だからとかではなくて、もう全世界の課題でもいうふうにあるなというふうに思ってますので、こういった無農薬の野菜であるとか、そういった食の安全だとかっていうのはもうこれはもう必然なんだろうなというふうには思います。はい。あとはですね、私ども今建物を建てるときにですね、緑色3級という、中国のその建築のグリーン建築っていうのがあるんですけども、その中の3級が今最上位のクラスなんですけど、それを取得するように今進めておりまして、いわゆるその環境負荷軽減のそのポイント制でですね、何点以上が3級とかっていうなんですけど、それを取得することによってですね、省エネであったりとか、そういったアピール、お客様に対してアピールもできますので、そういったことで経営に直接つなげていこうというふうに考えています。
なるほど、もう実際そういう動き出している部分もあれば、中国政府の側もそういう基準をもう作って、対応がどんどん進んできているっていうことなわけですね。
そうですね。あと、ちょっと私個人的にずっと考えてたのはですね、中国のお子様たちはなかなかショッピングセンターに平日、日本みたいに制服で立ち寄られるようなことがなくてですね、何なんだろうなと思ってたら、皆さんすぐ帰って勉強が待ってたんですね。だからショッピングセンターに学校帰りに立ち寄ってお菓子を食べるとかってそういうことは全くほとんど見かけなかったんですけども、昨今ですね、その、三元政策の中で、宿題がちょっと減ったりとか、そういったあまり過度なこの勉強の時間を、作らないようにっていう政策があるんですけど、そういうことからするとですね、今後その日本で言われるティーンズ世代っていうものの消費っていうのは今後可能性がもっと膨らんでくるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
なるほど。
はい。特に音楽だとか文化とかそういったものへのやはり教育がシフトしていってますので、 そういう意味で言うと、ティーンズ世代の消費もすごく面白いですし、であとは、やはりその世代の、今まで生きてこられた世代の方々のそのギャップっていうのもやっぱり中国大きいと思うんですけど、今の60代の方の、もう見た目とか、あとは趣味だとか、健康状態とかっていうふうなものがある、基準であるとすると、80年代生まれの方が60歳になるには、あとは20年後ぐらいですか、10年後ぐらいですかね。からすると、今、80年代生まれの方が60歳になったら、もうちょっと違うライフステージがあるんじゃないか、生き方としてですね、あるんじゃないかなというふうにちょっと思っていまして、今の消費の主役がだいたい20代から40代、50代って言われてますけど、その前後10歳ぐらいが、2030年以降はですね、もっと活発になるんじゃないかなというふうに思うんで、人口減少が言われている中で、その前後10歳ずつの方が、この消費の主役、もしくはサブ級の主役になってくると、我々としてもビジネスチャンスがもっと広がるんじゃないかなというふうに思ってますので、こんなような話をですね、ちょっと未来を語り合える、皆さんと語り合いたいなという思いもございますね。はい、
今日は本当にありがとうございました。大変勉強になりました。
はい。ありがとうございました。こちらこそ。